Good morning. So welcome to our final conference of the tracking project. So we are here finishing the last days of our project from the eGrants funder. And we are in the opening session, so I represent the speakers for this opening presentation. And first, it will be Carla Moleiro, the lead partner representative of ISTE in Portugal.
So good. Is this on? Closer to myself? Okay. So good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here at the opening session in representation of ISCTE that has been with Francisco, the lead of the project. And it's really a pleasure in that this project really represents the spirit of what has been the strategic development of our center and ISCTE in terms of where to go and to make our research matter, right? So we have been growing into this new structure, which is ISCTE Knowledge and Innovation, which is a multidisciplinary center that puts together different disciplines, just as this project represents that multidisciplinary approach to societal problems. And in this case, a problem and a population that is also dear to my heart, even though I'm a clinical psychologist, which is thinking about youth and thinking about youth from vulnerable conditions and circumstances, and in an intersectionality perspective, thinking about gender, thinking about ethnicity, and the specific needs of specific groups. And so it's really a pleasure to be here and to be with the tracking project at this END conference. And given that it's an END conference, I also want to thank the support of everybody, all the partners and universities, but also the management support, which is key in that navigating international funds and building bridges and networks is really an important piece nowadays for us to be doing research, and to be doing research that also has this component, which is also very dear to us in our socio-digital lab, which is supporting public policies. And this is particularly really a nice, what I found was a very nice aspect of this project is not only we are trying to contribute to public policies, but we are also assessing them and assessing their impact, which is very rarely done, right? So I want to congratulate everyone for coming this far and all the contributions. I want to thank the funding for this project, of course, and the managerial support. And I want to wish everybody lasting networking relationships, because this is the end of this project, but it can be the beginning of new projects and new partnerships. This is a strong group with strong outputs from this project. And so I can only wish that this is a good conference day, but that it also gives rise to new and funded challenges for this group for the future. So welcome everyone, and thank you so much for being here. And I'm looking forward to also hearing and learning about all the things that have been developing in the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. So now we give the voice to Gianluca Bombarda. He's the leading of the Youth Employment Fund. Gianluca.
Well, I hope it's working. I can see any light. Yeah, now it's working. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it was a good starting. Closer. Just I have to eat it. Yeah, I have to eat my ice cream. Yeah. I do not like ice cream in any case, so I'm one of the few Italians who does not like ice cream. No problem. No, as I said, I mean a good starting point. It is true. Normally I'm starting to say thank you very much for the invitation, blah blah blah. But I'm getting tired those days because I'm there to participate to a lot of various ending of projects. So it was much more better once we started with the opening, the kickoff meetings. Then it was even worse during the COVID because it was only when possible online. So it was in particular being back face to face and, just saying hello to everybody and thanking everybody. It's a little bit, it's becoming hard, but we still have another 1 week to go. And then unfortunately, we have to leave it. This project was selected among a little bit more than 130 projects. 8 were selected to be funded by our donors. And in my opinion, under the second call for proposal on youth employment, it was not our task as fund operator dealing with the selection, the technical selection of the project. But I'm a curious fellow, so waiting after the administrative checking, I've been just watching around. I mean the various projects, and I targeted already. So I mean, together with the colleagues, we always have our scoring and votation, and this project was one of the few that I said this must go through, and I'm happy because now this project went through, and as Francisco knows, we also have interest from other organization about the result of this project, the OECD, not to mention, that they are targeting also the project and the end result of this program. So what to say? I do not have to say anything else that, being happy to have been here with you on those, most of you, I mean, with Stelios from almost a little bit more than 5 years now, in following this project. The program was fantastic. We are at the end, and I share the opinion. Maybe we are at the beginning of a next phase. Maybe we are at the beginning of additional thing. I know that already some other projects, that they are already on the 2.0 plan on the, with other donors, with other activities, mixing up activities among the various projects. And this is the success of the youth employment and also, I mean, all the other regional cooperation projects. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll be here. I will follow your conclusion during the day. Thank you again.
Thank you, Gianluca. Now we give the microphone to Nora Hansen. Okay. From the Grant and Norway Grants founder. So,
thank you. And I will follow your response.
Yeah.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, dear partners, dear friends. It's a pleasure to be with you today to discuss one of the most pressing topics of our time. How can we best empower youth to reach their full potential? And this topic is not only close to the Norway grants, it is also a topic that is close to my own heart. I have a professional background from inclusion and youth affairs, and I'm born and raised in Norway, but I'm also half Hungarian, one of the beneficiary countries under this fund. So personally, I also know that the challenges we face when it comes to youth employment, they go beyond borders. We in the EEA and Norway grants, we work for a more sustainable and equal Europe in close partnership with bilateral and transnational actors. And our fund for youth employment, it is a 60.6 million euro fund that is meant to supplement EU funds when it comes to youth employment. And we are very proud supporters of the Tracking project. With partners from 9 countries, it is truly an example where you try to find common solutions to shared challenges. Because despite much progress in Europe, we know that there are still gaps in social and economic development. The lack of sustainable quality jobs for youth, social exclusion, and discrimination are among the threats we are facing. And we know, as was mentioned as well by some of the speakers, some subgroups of youth are even more at risk of being excluded from the labor market than others. Rural youth, girls and young women, Roma youth, youth with disabilities, young migrants, LGBTI youth are some of the subgroups that are especially vulnerable for exclusion. And in this challenging context, we need to be conscious of how we can build and rebuild our societies, from what knowledge bases politicians use in decision making to what types of data that are gathered during this implementation of these initiatives, and finally to how these initiatives are evaluated in the end. So it means that our efforts with a goal to develop our societies need to be evaluated in a way that makes it possible to learn what works and what doesn't. And the Track-In project is really a best practice example in this regard by combining both practice, evaluation, and policy for the purpose of youth empowerment. We've talked already about that this funding mechanism, and a lot of the projects now are coming to an end, and Norway are in negotiations with the EU on a next period of the EA Norway grants. And we don't know much about these ongoing negotiations. We hope that they will finish very soon so we can start working again with all of our partners. The ministry, the foreign minister of Norway has said that we will be very firm on our stance on inclusion in the beneficiary states. This is so fundamental for all that we do. We often say that youth is the future, but youth are actually our present. And we cannot spare one single youth in our efforts to build a just and equal society. Because investing in youth, it pays off, not only metaphorically speaking, but in hard cash even. And as I come from the oil nation Norway, I want to put it like this. Youth are our real oil. They are the biggest resources in our societies, and we cannot leave them untapped. So thank you much for all of our wonderful collaboration over the past years, and I look forward to the future and today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Now we finish, but not least, with Francisco. He's the coordinator of the Track-In project, and he works in ISTE. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mariano. So from here, I can see your faces. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to our final conference. It is a real pleasure and a real sense of achievement to reach to this moment, which we expect is not a final moment for our collaborations, and we're going to talk about that through the day. Gianluca was reminding us of how competitive the call was. So let me share with you, Gianluca, that when we received the first fact sheet with the number of projects that submitted to the call, I sent an email to all the colleagues and we said, well, we did our best, but probably it's not for us. But fortunately it was. So we were very, very happy with the outcome of the call. And of course, with the opportunity to collaborate on these issues regarding rural needs and their inclusion through public employment services deployment. My role today here is just to give you or offer a very quick overview of what we are showcasing during the day. We must remember that we have many, many collaborations from 9 research institutions, several beneficiary countries, a strong involvement of 2 expertise partners, the Heidelberg University and the International Labour Organization through Niall O'Higgins, who is with us today, So based on this collaboration, we have a whole body, a whole list of findings that we want to share with you. And of course, they're not closed findings. I think they're more than conclusions. They're opening avenues for new research in the future. We will start with two keynote speakers, Stelios, Jali Stelios and Stephanie Steinmetz. So they will offer an important overview on the singularities of youth unemployment in the Mediterranean countries, in the case of Stelios, and also how the intersection between gender and social exclusion in the case of female needs is relevant to the agendas that we are addressing today. So we'll start with that, and then we will have a round table and a very informal conversation with Antonella Roca, Sofia Ribeiro, and Claudia Petrescu, who manage our working packages focusing on the scientific work of our consortium. And based on that, we will share with you an overview of our findings, of our results. So I hope this is inspiring for all of you as well. During lunchtime, we will have an informal session, a pitch session, where we are going to showcase some of the best practices that we identified across the countries that participated in the project, together with the manuals that we developed, one focusing on best practices identification and the other one on impact assessment levels. So that's something that we will also like to share with you throughout the day. And finally, in the afternoon, we will also showcase our special issue called or entitled Active Labor Market Policies and Youth Employment in European Peripheries. So Elena Marta will coordinate that table with Rogero Cefalo and Nilo Higgins, presenting their own papers. And then we'll have a wrap up, and I will try to sum up the conclusions of the day. So this is what's ahead of us. And before passing the ball to the keynote speakers, just want to thank again, first to SIJ, who has, and DISCTE, who have supported relentlessly this project throughout these 2.5 years. So I want to acknowledge that. And of course, the Youth Employment Fund for the continued support and encouraging, and for opening up new discussions and new opportunities beyond the framework of this funding scheme. So I hope you have a very fruitful day, fruitful discussions, and throughout the day, I'm sure we'll have new ideas coming up and new opportunities being built up. So thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. So we will have the next section at 10. So we have a couple of minutes to prepare. Thank you. Stelios and Stephanie, I didn't see, okay. So first, Stelios is the director and academic supervisor of the Labor Geographic Research Lab, and is assistant professor at the Department of Geography at the University of Egan. Hope so, it's okay. He has studied rural and surviving engineering and received his PhD in economic and geography and regional development in 2004. Between 2012 and 2015, he was jointly affiliated to the University of Georgia in USA, in UGA, and in the Hellenic Open University in Greece doing the postdoc research. He has published many academic journals, including Euroforum, European Urban and Regional Studies, International Journal of Urban and Regional Research, and his research is interested in labor and geography. And he will present now a keynote about youth rural. Thank you, Julius.
Hi all, good morning. Happy New Year. I'm very happy to be with you here today. I have a lot of things to say, but I'll try to keep it short. among others, because academics can talk forever about nothing. So I will try to keep it short and meaningful. I would like to say thanks to Francisco and the TrackIN project for inviting me. I would like to say thanks. You know, I'm the PI of YouthShare project, a project that is undergoing since 2018. And I'm very grateful to this fund because it allowed me and my team to do a lot of things. I believe that among these things is that we supported young people in many ways. I can start by saying that the situation when it comes to youth employment is much better. I have to coordinate this stuff, so sorry for. I think I'm going back and not where I should head. Okay. So the situation in terms of youth employment is getting better in Europe since the past 5 years or so. These are good news, although we are facing a lot of precarity. I would be happy to say that the situation was getting better also in terms of the general political economic climate, but this is not the case. We are facing new wars, economic instability, and so on. That being said, the situation in terms of youth employment might become worse. So we have to be careful. Now, I'm here to talk about the problems of youth in European peripheries and in European rural regions. The basic findings of our research is that they face lower employment rates for youth, high need rates, and a lot of unregulated labor flexibilization. In this diagram, you can see, for example, the huge difference when it comes to youth employment between Greece and Germany. We are picturing youth employment rate and youth unemployment rate. The green lines are for Germany and the magenta lines are for Greece. You can understand that countries of the South, like Greece, face a lot of difficulties when it comes to youth employment. Here, you can see the results for specific regions of the South. And when it comes to need rate, the people that are not in employment, education, or training, you can see that regions like Basilikata or North Aegean in Greece have very high need rates. In many cases, they are above 15 or even 20%. So 20% of young people between 15 and 29 years old are not in employment or education or training. This is a very important and bad rate. The results I'm going to briefly present you have been published in several journals. This is not in several scientific journals, mostly in the frame of the YouthShare project. This is not something important for you, but in general cases, I would like to present you these basic works that we did. So we studied the uneven expansion between male and female needs. We studied the interrelationship between peripherality, economic specialization, and the need rates by using some quantitative and also qualitative methods. We also studied, and this was like a breakthrough of our approach, the resilience of specific regional labor markets to need expansion into youth unemployment through some indicators. And we calculated these indicators and published the results. We mostly used data from Eurostat, LFS, Labor Force Survey. We also tried to highlight how rural and peripheral regions respond to economic shocks and also to the shock that was created by the pandemic. And again, through the calculation of the resilience index and the again, for accounting for not only for total employment, but also for part-time employment, which has a highly prevalence among NEETs. And we also studied the impact of youth guarantee across EU regions with a specific focus on the Mediterranean regions. The basic findings of our research are the following. The insular and peripheral regions of Europe suffer from a lower GDP than the central and metropolitan ones, have a lower annual household income, have a higher shares of agricultural employment, have a lower participation in tertiary education, and also face high female early school leaving. These are some general results from our statistical analysis. I wouldn't like to go into further analysis, but what these graphs say is that there is an inversely proportional relation between NEET rate and GDP per capita. So regions that have higher NEET rates are in most cases regions with a low GDP per capita. In this map, you can see the regions of the EU South that face high concentration of young NEET people. So you can see that the colors that are close to red are the regions that have an over-representation of young NEETs among their population. Most of them are in southern Italy, in South Spain, and also many regions of Greece have high prevalence of NEET people. You can see between 2008 and 2022, the baseline analysis of the NEET rate and the NEET population in many of these regions. So you can see perhaps in the green line how the presence of NEET people in North Aegean in Greece has escalated. And despite of the fact that it is reducing a lot, it has reduced a lot, it is still above the number that 2008 was the NEET prevalence in that specific regions. So things are getting better, although we are still in many regions in a worse situation than we used to be in 2008. This is again a diagram for the NEET rate, but I wouldn't like to bother you with more numbers. And these are some resilience indicators for southern regions. What this map says is that regions of South Italy and many of the regions of central Spain and Greece still are not resilient to youth unemployment. So if we face a new crisis, youth unemployment will be rising again. And here you can see some results related to youth guarantee registrations. I will come back to these results again later on. So, discussing our findings, youth unemployment and inactivity are unevenly developed. And this is related to regional productive structures, to formal institutions like public employment services, and to the agency of various actors. The main factor we identified is that structural deficiencies play a role. So high concentration of agricultural employment is an obstacle to good youth employment. Another factor that plays a very important role is path dependence. So in regions where we have a lot of informal activities, we have high unemployment rates and high youth inactivity. Another factor that is very important is segmentation in the labor market. So dual labor markets with a lot of formal and at the same time a lot of informal employees also have higher need rates. We can discuss this further on in our analysis. And also in many of the EU's rural regions, we have a lot of informal practices. We have a lot of young people, in other words, that work in the informal labor market and not formally. Things are not good when it comes to the implementation of youth guarantee. So we found out that youth guarantee is not performing well. This is, let's say, the essential stuff in this slide. Youth guarantee is an underutilized opportunity. The administrative part of it is very bureaucratic, and we found that in specific rural and peripheral regions of the EU South, there are a lot of gray registrations. So people are registered in the youth guarantee, but then they do not get sufficient mentoring and they do not find their way out in the labor market, especially when it comes to finding a good and promising contract and not a part-time precarious job. We also found, because we are interested in the geographical aspect of all this, that there is a spatial differentiation, spatial unevenness between certain regions that better implement youth guarantee and other regions that do not sufficiently implement the program. In any case, a strong engagement and high enrollments in youth guarantee is in many cases accompanied by a significant increase in temporary contracts and not in open-ended contracts. So we came up to some policy suggestions that hopefully will be adopted by many of the countries and by many of the regional authorities that are governing rural and peripheral regions of Europe. There is a need to design and implement tailor-made policies that focus more on youth unemployment and that are people-centered and space-sensitive. What we mean by space-sensitive is that authorities, governments, public employment services should try to develop meaningful and resilient spaces of youth, spaces that youth will occupy, either workspaces or leisure spaces, in order to find its way to the labor market, in order to facilitate smooth transitions from education or vet to the labor market. So more resources should be provided to young people. Also, there must be a lot of effort in order to reduce precariousness and act against negative precarity. There are two types of precarity, allow me to say briefly, positive and negative. I come from a relatively affluent, let's say, socioeconomic environment. So when I was making my transition to the labor market, I faced, let's say, positive precarity. Because I had opportunities, I studied in a university, so I faced precarity, but I had the resources to have, let's say, a successful transfer to the labor market. But many young people out there are facing negative precarity. So they come from less privileged socioeconomic backgrounds. They are not well educated. They are trapped in poverty or in social exclusion. And so their transitions to the labor market are in many cases unsuccessful due to the hindrance, to the obstacles that these negative precarity conditions are creating for them. We should also try to create policies from the bottom up in order to have the employment opportunities offered to young people being more successful. In many cases, even through the youth guarantee or out of the youth guarantee framework, young people are finding a job, but this job is a short-term job. So in the case, let's say, of South or North Aegean in Greece, which are both tourist regions with a strong agricultural sector, they have opportunities to work seasonally in the tourism sector, but these are not well-paid and sustainable jobs. So we should design policies in order for these jobs to be more successful, well-paid, in order to motivate young people to have a long-term engagement in the labor market. We should also promote well-functioning local institutions and public employment services that are able to truly support young people. So I know how the public employment services in rural and peripheral regions of Greece function and work. It's disgusting. I mean, it's something very old, very traditional, and very underperforming. We should pay more attention to have mentors engaged and working for these enterprises in order to truly motivate and to truly outreach young people and support them in making this transition from education to the labor market. I think I will leave it to here. I've already said enough. I'm open for your remarks or your suggestions or any questions. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your presentation, very interesting about the rates of needs in rural areas. So we have the question and answer session after the second presentation. So take notes of your questions now, and then we will have the session. Now we'll pass the microphone and the stage to Stephanie. So is there. She is the Associate Professor of Sociology at the University of Lausanne and Amsterdam. At this university, she is member of the Life Course as Inequality Center and collaborates closely with the Swiss Center of Expertise in Social Sciences. Her research focuses on educational and labor market vulnerabilities from the cross-national and intersectional perspective. She's collaborated with several European funded projects and served as expert on gender for the European Institute of Gender and Equality and Eurofound. So she will present now her research, and the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
So let's see whether this works. Just to check. No. Yes, perfect. Thanks a lot for this kind words, this nice introduction, but also most of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to kind of be at the celebratory moment together with you. I think looking at your achievements, I'm very curious what the conference will bring. And I think you have invited me a little bit also with the purpose maybe to make things which are already complicated if you look at need and youth in need, even maybe a little bit more complicated by bringing this intersectional perspective into play. And I'm also curious about the discussion we might have at the end of the talk. And with that, I will give a presentation about my own research expertise, which is focusing on female migrants. And I try to bring this together with the conference focus on need. And I think in that respect, if we start with actually the topic which is focusing on young people. In the opening words, there have already been this kind of awareness that young people, if we look at the public discussion, are displayed as, you know, like as a future. Maybe we should say also the very important present we have currently. And especially if we look at youth employment, we can say, yes, of course, it is like this is basically the key to a sustainable economic and social development, especially if we consider, you know, like the demographic and changes we are facing and the aging population. So youth is super important and we should pay attention. At the same time, I think what is also very important to recognize, and I think you all have studied this now in depth, is the fact that if we look at youth, we also recognize that this is, you know, like one of the most vulnerable groups in society. And this becomes very much present if we look at crises. If we look at research, you know, like the economic crisis or the recent pandemic crisis, where everybody has looked at older groups. Now research really shows the younger was the one which have suffered the most and where we should pay attention. So in this respect, I really think we have to, you know, like think about how can we tackle this enhanced economic and social vulnerability of youth, because it has severe consequences for their future life chances. So the scaring effect of being particularly in need might be very consequential, not only for them, but also for the society in large. This brings me to, of course, why we are actually currently here to talk about need. And I'm not going into detail about what is this concept, but what I want to raise here, and also what has been mentioned before, I think we have to be aware that on the one hand, of course, in the whole discussion about the vulnerability of youth, the need concept was kind of an easy way to say, yes, we have to find a kind of category which allows us to monitor this group more closely and to kind of really try to you know, like develop informed and tailored policies for this particular group. But at the same time, even so it's a very inclusive kind of concept, it is also a very heavily discussed concept. Thinking about, you know, like we have people who are unemployed, they might be, you know, like short-term unemployed, long-term unemployed, but we also have this inactive group, which is a kind of, you know, like kind of weird combination of people who might be, you know, like unable to, might be, you know, like caring for people who might be just voluntary, just saying, I'm taking a gap year, I, you know, like want to enjoy life. And this requires also kind of attention for us to really understand what is going on with respect to these particular different groups when we want to develop better policies. So I think in that respect, looking again at research, what we know, I think you all showed this. We know who is at risk. We know that, you know, like if you look at individual characteristics, we can say, yes, women. We know that migrants, low educated. We know that, you know, like it depends on where you are located. So rural areas are more disadvantaged than urban areas. They all play a role. And we also know that structural factors are very important. Just what my colleague said before, we know policies play an important role in fostering, like bringing young people back into employment. But what I want to present here is something, and I want to kind of stimulate this discussion by focusing a little bit on, you know, like this perspective of what is if we are not only focusing on this in a more monolithic way. So we know migrants, we know what drives women maybe into need. But how does it look like if we focus on the intersection? And what I just want to show you here is probably a graphic you have seen a lot of times. It displays the share of young people who are in need by gender and across countries. And it just kind of reinforces what has been said before. So we see a huge cross-national difference. We see, for instance, that in Romania and Italy, need rates are quite high, whereas in the Netherlands, Sweden, it's the opposite. We see very low rates. But in addition, what we can see is it also varies by gender. And I think this is something, and here again, what I want to say, it's an interesting picture, but the question is that really enough? Is that enough of kind of looking at different groups? And I just want to give you again an idea regarding looking at an intersectional perspective. Because if we look at a comparison between European, let's say the European woman average, which is around 30.1% of young people or young women in need. But if we, let's say, go a step further and say, how does the intersection with migration status look like? We see the rate goes up to 25.6%. And I can only give you this number for 2019 because again, and I will come back to this later, to really provide you with such a nice graph, I didn't have the data for that, to do this in a proper way, which will hopefully come back later as a point of discussion, hopefully. So coming to now maybe reasons for being in need for these particular groups. And I'm not sure in how far you have dived into this. I saw that at least in some of the projects, like gender has been on the agenda, probably also migrant status. And of course, this is probably also nothing completely new to you. So why women are at a higher risk of need is clearly linked to motherhood, to the challenge of reconciliation of work and family, but also to stereotypes and pushing or let's say self-selecting women into particular areas of the labor market, which worse working conditions, which might lead to higher incidences of, let's say, unemployment. So it is a kind of combination between factors, pull and push factors, which drives them or which brings them at higher risk of need. And in a very similar way, we can talk about migrants. But here factors are different because they are tightly linked to, of course, their migration history. So in a way, they come with different motives to the host countries, which might already limit them in their opportunities to participate in the labor market. At the same time, they might also come with very different skill sets, which might be not recognized by the host society. They might also face language barriers, which doesn't allow a complete integration into the labor market, not yet. And of course, there are also forces of discrimination, but also just bluntly not knowing how the system in the host society really works, how to be integrated, how to get, get entitlement, how to, entitlement to the labor market, to programs, to be integrated in the labor market. So in a sense, why I'm standing here, you know this probably all, but for me, the question is that really enough? Is that enough what we can learn from, let's say, the precarious and the vulnerability of individuals in need? And here, what I would like to do is, I would like to bring in this concept of intersectionality and the need to look at need from an intersectional perspective. And I'm not quite sure in how far you're all familiar with this concept, but it's out there. I mean, it kind of also has become like a buzzword in the meanwhile. Everybody does intersectional analysis, but I really think we can tremendously learn something from it. And I just choose here kind of a quote of Collins and Bilge of 2016, but the concept is out there since the 80s. And it really stems from the Black women's movement, where they recognize that, looking just at women in itself is not enough, or just looking at Blackness is not enough. We have to consider the combined forces of, being a woman and being a migrant or being a Black woman. But we could, of course, extend this to, a wide variety of, let's say, social categories, which might impact on your position within society in terms of your position in terms of power and so on. So I'm giving here an example of course, female migrants, but what we have heard, it might easily also go to sexual minorities, social economic status, disability, etc. So we can think about a multitude of intersections which we might have or should actually consider. So in that sense, I just want to, raise again the awareness. Why should we then look in particular at female migrants? Why this group? And of course, here comes a little bit my own interest in a sense that this is my area of expertise, but also looking at recent developments in the labor market, we would say there is really a need to focus on these groups because the migrant working population who is currently in the European area is nearly 50% are female, which means, and a lot of them are young people, especially where the need concept comes in. And here I think it would be really a kind of a lost case if we are not really trying more to focus on this group, on this particular, on their challenges, on their particular needs to be better integrated in the labor market. And in that respect, and I'm not sure whether this surprises you, but for me, it was at one point really like an eye-opener. If you start looking for systematic, in particular, quantitative studies to try to tackle this, either for a single country or across countries, you hardly find any, proper analysis of this. In particular, if you look at need. And this is, I think, a missed opportunity, but maybe also inspiration for you and for what comes after Track-In to maybe give this a thought to how this can be also further included in the analysis of need. And I think in that respect, again, probably some people here would say, yeah, but female migrants have been on the agenda. And we have heard also in the literature about the double disadvantage. So these really perception that, of course, female migrants, they come as migrants, they also have kind of the experience of a woman. So there is the double penalty. But again, what I think in that sense is important that, a profound analysis, systematic analysis is still lacking. And this relates also to theory building, to which I will come in a moment. So in that sense, I want to give you at least some evidence and some inspiring thoughts, hopefully. So together with a colleague, Antonella Rocca, who is also here and who was part of the Track-In project, we said, if this is really a gap, let's try and explore this a little bit. What drives, the risk of female migrants to be in need? And we used European labor force data for a couple of years. And a very first rather explorative kind of example was, okay, do we find this double penalty? Can we really show this? And what you can see here is just, where we look at a single penalty, where we just say we look at migrants versus natives, which is the dark blue bar. And in a second step, we said, okay, but do we find also this double penalty of people having the risk of being in need? And this is the light blue bar, which basically contrasts the both kind of opposite ends. So we look at migrant women versus native men. Of course, we could have a different contrast group, but we opted for this very kind of opposite. And what you can see across all the countries we had in our study, yes, there is clearly evidence regarding a double penalty. So we see that, in comparison to native men, female migrants have a much higher risk of being in need. And we also, of course, explored this multivariate, and I'm not boring you with, odds ratios and kind of statistics. But what we found in a very brief nutshell, if you look at the probabilities, controlling for, all kinds of covariates which might, or co-founders which might impact on it. And they relate to, human capital, they relate to family kind of characteristics. And even then, if you all control for that, what we find is that the probability of being in need is much higher if you look at the woman population here. And if we look just at men in comparison, so native men in comparison to migrant men in comparison to native men, we see that they have a little bit a higher probability of being in need, but this is very much enlightened and higher if you look at female migrants. And you can see here the probability. So we have 41 and 33 percentage points is a risk of female migrants being in need in comparison to native women. And I also want to give you some further evidence when you look not based on my own research, but by colleagues. But again, here I just want to emphasize, which might be also, again, some inspiration for you. There's not much out there. But of course, an interesting question, which is also, of course, important to consider if you look at this need category, and we see now a lot of women are at risk of being in need, it is, of course, clear because it is driven by these particular group of care responsibilities, people who care for like children, elderly, etc. And this is also something which they basically found when looking at the percentage of young people in need by different status groups. And they looked, for instance, here at, so they broke it down. So they looked at unemployed, they also looked at unpaid care work, and they combined it. So they kind of differentiated. And I think what you see definitely, it is two components who drive this risk for need. And one was related, and this is very clearly across all the regions, is this unpaid care, whereas unemployment is a second important factor. And then the other category is, I mean, also important, but less so. So in that respect, I just think, again, there is a need of not just looking at need, but to differentiate, to look more deeper, who are those people and who are those categories and what might be the driving forces for that. And there is another study also by a colleague from the Netherlands, and she looked in particular at the situation of mothers in need. And again, here I think, if we look at the intersection of female migrant mothers, we see even a higher risk related to various factors. You can label it culture, social norms, but also the classical human capital factors, which are very important to consider. So I will come now to an end on my reflection. And I think here, three key aspects are important, in my opinion, if you want to push this further, but which are also challenging. Because an intersectional analysis is not just something which you do by interacting two categories, but you also have to think about, okay, there has to be a profound theory building about it. How can we combine existing knowledge, existing, like theories, and I just bring in here like feminist or critical race theories, in combination with the classical social stratification literature. How can we like combine and make meaningful understanding of what mechanisms drive people into need, but also what are then the related consequences to it? Empirically, I think what I just want to highlight again is we need more studies. We need more studies looking at these intersections. And I'll give you just an example of like female migrants. But you can knock yourself out in terms of the wide variety of intersections one can study. But my point I want to make is what we need for this is data which allows us to do so. And I say, like in particular quantitatively, it is very hard with the current data we have, especially if we want to do this cross-nationally, to really do proper intersectional analyses. And finally, politically, I think there is really a need to disentangle the need category. We have to better understand, like what drives need for the particular groups, just as because unpaid, like unpaid need, or people who are in unpaid care, they have different kind of needs to be reintegrated than people who are unemployed. And this is something which, I think from a political perspective has to be recognized, probably it is. And it's challenging to develop, let's say, intersectional policies to think about how can we do this. So and with that, I want to finish with some key messages. So if we want to, really better understand the particularities of special groups in need, we need more empirical analysis. If we want, to have a better monitoring and follow up on the different groups of need, we need better data. And in combination, this will allow us also to, let's say, do a better policy adaptation to tailor policies to these particular groups. And then, of course, we also need a lot of assessment, what you have done, policy assessment, whether the policies we are coming up are also then working. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
So, Stephanie, no, you can come here and for the question and answer session. Okay, so now we open the question and answer session for the room and for the online viewers. So now you can make your question about these two interesting topics about needs and about gender and inequalities. So we open the microphone for you. So I hope you have many, many questions. Probably ideas for future research. So we can pass the microphone.
So my question is to the first presenter. You were talking about how seasonal jobs are not sustainable because usually they pay a lot less than open-ended jobs. Could you summarize what are the practices in the area you were doing your research in, like the Mediterranean area, the peripheral areas, of how much students are already young people who are underage during the primary school time, do they have opportunities of doing these seasonal jobs? For example, in Estonia, there's a lot of young people who do it on their summer holidays. So they are the ones who kind of fill out these positions that usually are a bit less paid for and are temporary. But is it any different in Greece, Italy, Spain? Are these jobs mostly for the already young people who are adults, not in their school years yet? So how is the situation in the Mediterranean area in this seasonal jobs group?
Are you asking, can you hear me? Are you asking if young people that are below 18 are working for these seasonal jobs?
Yeah, is it like a common practice?
Well, there's a division line here. So people that are below 18, young people below 18, mostly work for small businesses. Perhaps, let's say, a grocery shop in a tourist area that has a lot of, it's running for a lot of hours during the day, during summertime. And many of these businesses are family owned. So they work for their mothers and dads. Young people that work for, let's say, 5-star hotels are in the official market and are above 18 in most of the cases. So we don't have a lot of below 18 people that are attending school or have already left secondary school officially working. The bad jobs I was talking about were not mostly related to the family businesses, although young people working for the family businesses are in many cases do not get an official salary. They are just supporting the family. But the bad jobs I was talking about are in the official labor market and for seasonal tourism-related activities. So we have a lot of young people working as entertainers, are service providers, as cleaners, as drivers in buses, etc., for the whole tourism value chain production. So I come from an island, Rhodes, that has more than 80 five-star rated hotels, and each of these hotels has around 1,000 beds. So a lot of personnel is required in order to provide services during summertime to all these incoming waves of tourists. And many of the employees are young people, but they are above 18 years old. So they are something between 18 and 30. So they receive something like 1,000 euros per month. In many cases, they have a seasonal contract and they are eligible for unemployment benefits during winter time. But if they don't work, let's say for the whole period, they are not eligible for the unemployment benefit during winter time. Another common practice, which is a semi-informal practice, is that they are officially hired as part-timers, although they work full-time. And this is a common practice because the employers avoid paying extra social benefits, the indirect wage, as we call it. So officially they receive a 400 euro salary. In practice, they get extra 400 or 500 euros, but the social benefits are just for the half wage. In most cases, they are above 18. I don't know if I have answered.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So we have another question there. So
good morning, and thank you for two great presentations. My question goes to Stephanie. So thank you so much for not only sharing really interesting evidence on this intersectionality perspective, but also sharing your thoughts and ideas about the value of it. So I guess my question goes more into one of the things that you mentioned there, that is the importance of in policymaking adopting this perspective, right? This broader, this full perspective that increases, like that we're able to see what people are actually, who they actually are, right? And so my question to you is how to better, and lacking a proper or a better word, how to better sell this to policymakers, because I can see that maybe this is a stereotype, but they do expect clear messages, clear ideas, let's say, right? So that they can then navigate and find, they can do, right, with the resources that they have. And so this brings complexity, right, to the analysis. And so my question is, so when you're approaching, if you are approaching policymakers, how do you sell the advantages of this perspective, right? And just one final comment on this. That is, to me, I think it's really interesting because it also, of course, brings people together, right? So you might say, so there are issues with being a woman, there are issues with being a migrant, right? And then we're approaching the different groups separately, right? As we bring them together, it's more, right? Facing similar issues. So more power comes with that, right? And I also see the potential, also because you do mention the role of stereotypes and discrimination, right? Is there a role also in public policy to make people from these groups more aware that they do face these challenges, also just out of pure discrimination from society, right? So if there's room to this, and ask policymakers if they're willing to take this road that is, in a way, empowering people, making them aware of injustices, right, and opening that door. And now, not only people coming together, individual, but actually together, right, because they do share difficulties. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's it.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Is that work? Yeah, okay, this is better. Okay. Thanks a lot for yeah, this very interesting and important question. And to be honest, if I would have an answer, I would that would be terrific. But I think I will try it. I think with respect to policy making, I think there is a chance. The chance is there if you have like if you can demonstrate an urgent need. And I think I have used like this example of female migrants because, you know, like at one point you can hardly ignore it any longer because the group becomes so big and so important, especially now, if I say on the labor market and the question of, you know, like how can we better integrate them? And if I look at the development in recent years, you also see this in policy reports. So I'm not sure whether you have, I mean, now the current OECD migrant report devotes a particular section on, you know, like female migrants. So there is a stronger awareness regarding this intersectionality, but it has been a long way, I have to say. And I think to make them more aware is also just to show more evidence that it's important to look at these groups. And I mean, this links to the point I've made before. We need more, you know, like substantial analysis showing the different challenges groups facing. I'm not sure whether this always reaches policymakers, but I think also such conferences where, you know, like stakeholders interact, where research presented, found in projects is also presented to maybe a larger policy community is also a way of show again evidence of the importance of maybe including an intersectional perspective. And regarding, you know, like this idea you have, or you mentioned that, of course, if we bring different groups together showing like the similarities they might face in terms of discrimination, yes, in principle, I would sign this. It's good. It's a good way. But at the same time, at least from my experience, these groups come also with, you know, like their own agenda, their own kind of background, their own kind of, you know, like also differentness, but also sameness, you know, like, and I think this is something which is challenging sometimes to bring them really together as a political, you know, like as a, let's say, political force to say, yes, we can stand together, because in the end, what you might see is that, of course, if you combine it, the needs might be different, you know, like for a Native woman in comparison to a migrant woman. So even so they both face discrimination, the reasons why, and let's say the stories behind this might be very different, and also how this can be tackled might be different. And in that sense, I think there is a lot of potential, but it is challenging to combine these different interests. And I, at least from, I have also been kind of, you know, like doing studies on sexual minorities. You see this more in the discussion, you know, like of, let's say, the classical gay and lesbian community and the trans community, which, you know, like in principle, same idea, you know, like they face similar challenges, but if it comes to, let's say, their entitlements, their kind of experiences, there is a big, also a kind of fight among them, who is more entitled to what. And I think there is, you know, like there is potential, but there is also a risk, and the importance is that you kind of manage this risk in a good way.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have 3 questions, so we can start with Claudia, then with Oscar and Nora. I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so to be in line with my colleague, it's I think it's very difficult to make the transition from multi-vulnerabilities to intersectionality approach in public policies. And thinking at youth guarantee, we cannot see this approach of intersectionality. Yes, I know it's a trend now to see this part, but not in all the countries. That's why, for example, we have a lot of differences between countries in implementing the measures that we have in youth guarantee program. So how can we do this? And the question is for both of you, because I know that Stelios looks at the youth guarantee in these countries. How can we make the transition from multi-vulnerabilities to intersectionality approach in policies.
So I think one way to make the youth guarantee more sufficient and more impactful, and in that way youth guarantee could be a solution, let's say, for people from various backgrounds that face a lot of discrimination or multiple discriminations, is by providing more funding, more resources to the program. I think that it's not enough. The money devoted for youth guarantee, the budget of youth guarantee is not sufficient enough. And another thing that is very, very critical is to have the public employment services hiring well-educated and devoted and motivated mentors, not just, a public employee acting in a traditional bureaucratic way that is kind of, indifferent to the specific needs of varied groups of young people. We need to have true mentors. We try to, let's say, have a pilot of such a mentoring process through the so-called key account managers in YouthServe, but this was just a pilot. The Norwegian experience on that matter is very important. They have mentors that monitor the steps of disadvantaged young people to the labor market by contacting them every now and then, and also by discussing with their employers and trying to intervene whenever this relationship, this transition is endangered. So we need a lot of things like that, but the question is that if the EU and the nations that participate and the states are willing to take these steps and devote resources, more resources for youth guarantee, and also for hiring such mentors that will support young people truly. That is perhaps a solution to the problem, or something that will help us achieve lower need rates.
Yeah, maybe to come back to this intersectional perspective and how to integrate this, I think I would back it up that, of course, this awareness raising is important to like not give up, to make clear what the particularities of different groups are, and then not only tailoring women or migrants, but really trying to focus on the needs of their intersections or whatever intersections you would be interested. And then, yeah, of course, I mean, what is always an issue is, of course, in how far is that on their priority list, and how can we put this on the priority list of them? And I think a good way would be probably really of raising awareness and also, training people who are, let's say, in charge of mentoring about, particular groups, particular needs, the difficulties they face in, entering the labor market. But I mean, to be honest, if there would be a solution, an easy one, I would be happy to share it. But I guess it's really a try and error, what works.
Okay, we have a couple minutes for more questions. So we have 3 here. So let's see if we can make to the
Just a quick comment. Thank you both for your presentations, very inspiring and interesting ones. It was a common reflection with Stephanie's presentation. So I really liked how you presented the data and the work you do collaboratively with Antonella in this sense. And it's great to see the need that we need, of course, this data to show how racism operates, not at the grassroots levels, but also at the institutional level. And probably this data, the figures you show, are higher if we take into account that there are a lot of people, migrant people, but in irregular status, no? And that doesn't count in the official data, no? And we also need to reflect how we can do estimates and include this variable in the analysis. And also, one thing that it's taking place in my context in Catalonia, in Girona, and also other places, is that second generation migrants are having higher school dropout rates than first generation. So maybe we also need to include this population into the analysis also in order to have a broader reflection. But thank you for your contribution. And I think that we have a lot of work to do in that sense, and go for it.
Go for it.
Thank you, Oscar. So Nora?
Thank you. Social partner organizations were mentioned by you, and the ones that are most at risk of being excluded from the labor market are underrepresented in trade unions, for example. We have, under the Norway grants, we have a program on social dialogue and decent work, and the feedback from the social partners there is that they don't see it as their responsibility to represent those that are not a part of their unions. They don't see civil society organizations as a natural partner, for instance. And when it comes to increasing access to employment, they also say that this is a public authority responsibility. So this crashes a bit with our perception, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Indeed, and consider that the unionization rates are lower in countries like Greece. I think one way to handle this was by creating more resilient spaces of youth. And by talking about these youth spaces, I'm not talking only about work youth spaces, but youth spaces that are related to collective and facilitate and promote collective actions for and by young people. That way, young people will be able to develop, let's say, a consciousness of their collective power. In that way, they will be able to act as a social partner and not expect from traditional unions or from other, let's say, collective organizations and institutions to represent and act on their behalf. I mean, I do not expect a lot from traditional trade unions, at least in countries of the Mediterranean EU. They are already weakened and they are, let's say, old-fashioned in terms of, their mentality. They understand precarity for young people, that precarity for young people in the labor market is a problem, but they feel weak in adding this extra, let's say, effort into their agenda. So I think that we have to ask young people to do this through their own effort and elaboration on that matter through meaningful and resilient spaces.
Yeah, maybe from my side, I think, again, talking about young people as a group, but coming then to this really vulnerable, like female migrants, I mean, organizing and mobilizing them might be also challenging to say, that you have to act on your own. But I think it is important also to, not let trade unions so easy lose. I mean, they also have a responsibility. And I think it is, again, something of awareness raising on both sides. So trade unions to be more aware of, not easily going away with, okay, it's not our responsibility, but at the same time, also, let's say, educating these particular vulnerable groups about their, their rights, that they can become members of a trade union, that there is a need, if they are at least in employment, that they should be part of trade unions. But at the same time, yes, we also have to think about alternative ways to mobilize youth in that aspect.
I think it's a quick question and reflection. So
young people. Several months ago, area survey national informal economy. And one of the findings was that young people between 18 and 29 prefer to be in precarious work to be in informal economy. It's a part of their culture, their subculture. They prefer to be more mobile. They prefer to stop work when they want and to start to travel and to be in different activities. That's why I think that precarious work is a part of their attitudes, a part of their, by the way, social positions towards way of living. And maybe this is not only Bulgaria. This is young orientation, of young attitudes, of young subculture in our European countries. Their values more mobile, different, to be outside institutional informal economy. And I think that this is one another angle to see and to analyze the position, the attitudes of young people.
thank you.
Yes, but this is perhaps that when they were answering this question, the alternative was not obvious to them. So if it is about working for a low-paid job in the formal sector, and if they had to choose between this non-well-paid job in the formal sector and getting more money through precarious jobs that are informal and they don't have to pay for social contributions, etc., perhaps I would also choose the second option. But if they have to choose between a good and well-paid job, promising with on a career track, etc., and an alternative, that would be different. And also notice the difference between negative and positive precarity. I mean, all these people were coming from privileged or non-privileged backgrounds. This perhaps makes a difference. So do you believe that a well-educated lawyer in Bulgaria would prefer to continue working informally during all his life instead of working, let's say, for a multinational company that has premises in Bulgaria? I'm not sure that this would be the case. So we have to have a meta-awareness of what they answer, because their experiences are limited. I know many people in Greece also that prefer to work informally, but it has to do with the alternatives. And of course, they are developing an attitude by working for many years informally. It's a way of living. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. This is the case in my country as well. I mean, we are big tax evaders. Greeks hate paying taxes, but at the same time, they do not expect many things from the state. So this is the other option, the other side of the coin. I do not pay taxes, but I'm not, eligible for many benefits. So why should I pay taxes?
Yeah, maybe to follow up, I think also I'm very curious about the results. So maybe we can have a talk in the break, but I think there's really a danger what you're saying, just saying like, this is kind of the new culture. This is kind of their developing norm for them. Maybe it is, but the question is also, like, is it structurally that there is basically no alternative? So they are, of course, rationalized, like first, like my first transition into a job is informal. I don't, like, I work precarious because basically there are no alternatives for that. And then, of course, you start to rationalize, this is super, great. I can work from wherever I want, I can work from Bali if I have the possibility of, being, like more in the service sector or so on. So there is all this kind of notion about this super flexibility, which is highly precarious. And I did some studies on platform work where you have exactly the same reasoning, that this is, you can work from wherever you want. But this also has the danger of really, again, putting particular people in very, very precarious situations and conditions where you then also, let's say, the society doesn't, like have to take responsibility. Employers don't have to, because it's just they want this. And I think there's much more needed to really look whether this is now really forming norm and trend which is establishing, or whether it's really because they just don't have an alternative.
Thank you. Just quick question there. An answer.
How difficult is, in your experience, bring a message of complexity like the one you were bringing forward, policymakers, so to an area that often reasons with the message of targets that's strictly evidence-based?
Not the conference,
no,
please.
no, it's not easy. And I just tell you, like, I'm now doing this 20 years, and I don't think I really, it's difficult. It's difficult, and you have to be continuously doing it. I think it's, you shouldn't be getting easily frustrated. So I think then you just give up at one point. But it's hard work, and it's long work, and you have to continuously doing this.
Okay, so thank you so much for your answer and questions. Thank you for the two speakers. Now we go to the coffee break, so you can make networking, and we will come back as 11:30. Roundtable about the role of public employment services in supporting rural needs, informing policies, practices, and pest impact. So we have this roundtable to explain you the in-room viewers and the online, our project and the structure of our project. So the first thing is to explain what is happening with this project. So we are studying the public employment services and the effectiveness of the tracking of the needs in rural areas. So we divided this project in three principal or main working package. So we have one for policies, one for mapping, and the last one for tracking impact in rural. So we will start with the working package 1. So this working package 1, presented by Claudia, I will present in a minute. The goal of this working package was to deliver a transnational baseline for policies that influence for public employment services tracking in rural areas from for needs, ages in 25 to 29 years old. And we made this in the first part of the project. And we have this policy brief that Claudia will present in a minute about the result of this policy study. So we'll examine the policy of these different countries, and Claudia was the coordinator of the working package. She's a sociologist and senior researcher at the Research Institute for Quality of Life in Romania Academy, and associate professor at the University of Bucharest, Faculty of Sociology and Social Work. Her research work focuses on various issues on comparative public policy and social policy, with focus on social integration, social economy, local development, social services, and her recent work explores evidence used in policy for people with disabilities, social enterprise in Romania, and youth policies implementation. So now you can present the working package 1 results. You can stay there or you can start. Okay.
I prefer here because it's for me is not so nice to stay there only when I present. I don't know why. I have the same problem when I teach at my classes. I cannot stay on a chair and look at my students. I need to see all of them very well. So I think, first of all, it's time to present the results. I know that you want to see only insights from our research, but I think that it's time to to know also what we did in this project. It's not only a lot of reports, but we publish also articles, policy briefs, and so on. We try to look at the interest of different stakeholders, also academia part, but also policymakers. So in our first work package, what we did this beautiful policy brief. You will have all in front of you. I'm very glad to see also published. But this is only a small part of our work in this work package. We had a database with the policies related to needs, and is not only, we start from LABREF, but we put a lot of other policies at the national level in all our 7 countries, and we look at how these policies look at needs and what kind of needs categories that are dealing with, what measures they offer, what are the measures that are most present in these policies, and so on. So we have this analysis, this overview for all the 7 countries that were involved in the project. Yes, we were 9, but only in 7 of us we did this research, because we have 2 other countries that are expert countries. So they only offer us their expertise to develop the coding framework and so on. We develop a coding framework for this analysis, and I think this is a very useful research, methodological resources for others in order to can construct other policy analysis in their further projects. And also we have this policy overview detailed in is not public, but if you want to see, you can discuss with us and maybe we can share. Maybe we will have time in this year or next year to publish the book also. And we have 2 articles. One was public in Policy and Governance, yes. Yeah. Yes. We promised to the others, and you know, I had not a good final year, but last year, but this year we I discussed, because a promise is a promise, you know. Okay. So yesterday we received the good news that the second article that will be published in Humanities and Social Science Communication will be published in the next 4 6 weeks. So we will have the second one ready. Okay, and now some insights of the policy analysis, because I know that you will look for these results. Okay, because we discussed in the last session about intersectionality. We cannot see this intersectionality in the policies. That's why I was thinking how to link my presentation of the previous one. Yes, we were looking to see if in our national policies we have different categories of needs targeted and so on. Yes, we have in some countries, but only in a small amount of measures. We can see that some specific categories of needs are targeted, mainly long-term unemployed and needs with disabilities. But if we look at what means intersectionality, we should look at more other aspects that are not targeted by our policies. A good news is that in the reinforced use guarantee, we should have integrated measures for young people and for needs, but depends how we can make this integration of the services. It's a huge problem to coordinate and to integrate these services that are destined to needs. Then we look if we have measures dedicated to vulnerable needs, mainly needs from rural areas, islands, and so on. No, we don't have this kind of measures, even if in all the evidence used by policies, we see this gap between rural and urban areas. These are not reflected in the measures that we have then for needs. If we consider the measures that are most present in the policies, in the active labor market policies for needs, human capital investment through training are the most present measure. After the Youth Guarantee Program implementation, we can see a lot of measures dedicated to internship, trainship, apprenticeship, but we cannot see if the impact is what was supposed to be at the beginning. Yes, we have a lot of measures, we have a lot of focus on this kind of policy measures, but the impact should be measured in the future. And because when we present first the coding protocol, a lot of questions asked us if the youth guarantee are reflected in the policies and if the youth guarantee impact on the national policies. Yes, after all our analysis, policy analysis, we can say that yes, in our 7 countries, 35% of the policies are related to youth guarantee. And after 2013, when the youth guarantee started to be implemented, more than 43 policies were reformed in order to be in line with the youth guarantee. I think it's enough from our work package, not to, because I present in other events, so my colleagues should present more now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. We have a later question and answer session, so probably we will more explaining the deliverables and all the things about the working package. So we pass now for working package 2. So first, we said about policy. This working package goal was to map and validate the most replicable program of each public employment services tracking to support type of improvement rural needs in all the beneficiary country. So Sofia was the coordinator of this working package. So it's something we do in the field. So about the practices we have in the public employment services. And Sofia is a research fellow of the Institute of Social Science of the University of Lisbon. She holds the PhD of Education from the University of Bielefeld in Germany. And she currently researches rural youth recovery from wildfire disaster and is one of the leaders of this working package. And her research interests compromise formal and non-formal education, children and youth sociology, human development, rural and environmental study, and art basis and ethnography methods. So Sofia, now you can present the working package 2 results.
Okay, so can you see me? And can you hear me? Before I move on to our findings, I will follow what Claudia suggested and just give you an overview of how much work we had to put to come up to this. So this was a multi-method work package. We had a survey directed to public employment services, where we asked more or less, what's your size, what sort of practices you have, what sort of programs you have within and out of the youth employment, what are your partnerships, in order for us to grasp what was on the ground. Then we had meetings with the heads of regional public employment services. And then finally, we did interviews with public employment officers, and we did focus groups with groups of young needs when it was possible for us to do so, and also interviews. So we have a lot of data and 18 case studies from 3 per country. So 3 case studies per Lithuania, per Bulgaria, per Estonia, Spain, Italy, and Portugal. And so from all this diversity of countries and practices, we could grasp more or less what works, which was our main goal with this work package. What works, what is working well on the ground to do outreach and to make inclusion on the labor market for these young people. And so what works on a very, very highlighted summary, if you want to know more, you can ask. So we have acknowledged that there is a growing digitalization of training and support programs, especially after the pandemic. So public employment services, as other public structures, were forced to digitalize. And this is good for rural areas because it makes available some training offers that for people and young people that live in rural areas are not generally made available for them. And this is good, but it's only good if you have a good internet connection and if you have digital literacy. Otherwise, it doesn't work for you. So there is a danger of just saying that digitalization is good, but it needs to work on the ground. And for that to work, it needs infrastructure. Then there is another practice that is increasingly seen, especially in Portugal and also in Spain, that is coupling training with paid internships. This is something that in focus groups, young people said that they were looking forward to and they wish to see more. And there's not enough of this. And this actually works in some models where companies also partner with public employment services. Of course, we also need to be critical about this because companies have their own specific needs of personnel. And so the young person in general won't be able to pick the area of expertise they want to be trained in. But, well, again, it works because it leads directly to a job. And this is something that, of course, they appreciate because on our focus groups, they said, of course, we have lots of training, but we want jobs. So more jobs is necessary. So another thing that also works is the development of soft skills for young people, namely those related with finding a job, creating a company, entrepreneurial skills that some of them have no knowledge of, even though they have lots of education. So this is not just about how much education, what the level of education you have, it's the quality of the education you have that makes a difference when you go to the labor market. So, because in the labor market, you cannot be passively accepting knowledge. You need to be active and you need to look for opportunities. And these soft skills are important for young people in order to overcome skill mismatch and finding where they want to be. Another thing that was already discussed here in the first panel is the value of continued support, mentoring during job adaptation periods. So it's a work for public employment services that does not end when the young person finds a job. No, you need to be there after the person is on the training in order to avoid disengagement and avoid the unsuccessful transition to the labor market. So in here, mentoring is very, very valued. And this is something that comes from Estonia that has at the Public Employment Service, this kind of practice. Another interesting thing that we have found out, and this comes from Bulgaria, it's the mobile public employment service. That is, in order to overcome the issues of mobility that you have in rural areas because you don't have transport and young people cannot reach public employment services reach young people. They go and relocate themselves and even once a week or once a month, and they go to rural areas and they reach out to young people. And this is also a practice that works. So flexibility in service providing is a good practice. And finally, and this is mostly transitioning now also for policy implications, is that we need to move into intersectional analysis of what this group of needs are, but also move beyond what we think a young need is, because we think of young needs as people who have no higher education or don't have enough skills, but increasingly you see young people that are need and they have higher education. And this is also a match for other projects funded by the CA grants track that I've seen, for instance, young millennials or lost millennials. I was in their conference and they also reached this conclusion. So young people that are NEET, but also have higher education, they also need support. And sometimes they go to public employment services, and because they have higher education, the officer just assumes that okay, you don't need our help, you will find yourself. This is not true. So now we can move to, no. Oh, yeah, thank you. So finally, for policy and practice implications, I was already discussing a little bit of this mingling with the findings, but there are main three things that we think are worth to highlight. So training, internships, counseling in rural areas, they require transport and internet connection. So this transport issue is critical for rural areas. Even employers, when they find they need workers or people who are providing training, they know that they need to secure transport, otherwise people won't come. So there is a need to secure this infrastructure, otherwise nothing will work. Then you have some interventions that are not specifically designed for needs, because the needs itself as a group in rural areas and young people in general are not expressive enough to justify the creation of specific training and intervention models. And this needs to change. It doesn't need to be just a matter of numbers, and if you are 10 or if you are 20, it doesn't matter. These 10 people matter. Even if it's a rural area, these 10 people matter, and they matter for the development of that region, and it needs to be regarded as that. So you need to develop permanent need interventions that are outside and surpass the project-based interventions that allow people to stay if they want in rural areas. And also, it was also approached here before in the first panel, human resources in public employment services are scarce, are old, are disengaged and demotivated, and there needs to be a restructuration and a reformulation in terms of training and qualifications of people who are in public employment service. We need mentors, we need people with different backgrounds that know how to reach out for young needs and know how to talk to them, because otherwise the public employment services is not regarded as a place for where they go to look for solutions or where they will find help, and they will be increasingly astray from what the public employment office can offer them. And so there is a need to capacitate and to establish partnerships with the wider community in order to develop programs that work. And this was basically what I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, so now we move for the working package 3. So we saw in this presentation policy. Now we look secondly to the public employment services good practice. And the last one is the more innovative, to say, because we asked to the young people about the opinion of the public employment services, many things. So this working package goal was to assess the impact in different public employment services tracking to support rural needs, making the indicators asking to the young people. So this survey and result was coordinated by Antonella Roca. Is PhD in spatial statistics. She is associate professor at the University of Naples, Parthenope. She is expert with experience in the fields of labor market, with a special focus on the most vulnerable groups, such as young people and women, young transition from education to labor market, education, skill mismatches, gender equality. So Antonella is the author of more than 80 publications in peer-reviewed journals, and she collaborated with the European Commission as a designated expert in activity concerning social science and labor market. So now your turn for the working package 3.
Okay, now it's the turn for some numbers, some results. The work package 3 was addressed to the quantitative analysis. Our scope was to understand effectively what young people think about the public employment services, the labor market, how they interact with the public employment services.
our idea was that the indicators that are possible to draw from surveys are not sufficient to understand in depth the young people needs. So we developed a very long questionnaire where we tried to understand, besides the socio-economic characteristics, the familiar background of young needs, even a lot of other information, such as, for example, what do you think it is important to find a job, ICT skills, foreign language knowledge, the good contacts, of course. So young people was asked for many different aspects. We asked them even what are you willing to do to get a job, for example, to move to another region in your country, or to move abroad to improve your skills, to learn new skills, and so on. So to have an overview of how young people interact with the labor market. We asked for their feelings about if they feel discrimination for many aspects, for the ethnicity, for the gender, for even some physical aspects. So we tried to understand a lot of important aspects that allowed us to understand the profile of these young people. But the main focus was to understand what they think about the public employment services. Our main sample was composed by people registered to the public employment services. We used even social media to disseminate our questionnaire, but it was mainly, we reached the young people mainly through public employment services. So it was important for us to understand, first of all, why they registered to public employment services. And the reasons are mainly to find a job, to have information about the training, of course. Only a minority, the 45%, said, I have registered to get benefits. So what we can understand is that these young people want to work, and they trust in they have some the desire of improve their situation. Even if we detected a lack of trust in institution in general. Besides this descriptive analysis, we have already published 2 articles on Politics and Governance journal. The first one was to understand their level of life satisfaction and how this level of life satisfaction was affected by the interaction they had with the public employment services officer. And we found that the level of the life satisfaction increases when there are some, when they declared to have interacted with the public employment services, regardless by the effective found a job, of course. Another important analysis that we realized concern an analysis of their previous job experience. We asked them if they had a previous job experience, and in that case, if they worked with a fixed term contract, an open-ended contract, or without a formal contract. And it was interesting to understand how those who had worked without a formal contract, after that, had a major propensity, higher propensity to register for the youth guarantee. This is for us a good signal that young people who experience the worst job situations Then they want to improve their situation, and they wanted to rely on public employment services. And it was another important finding for our analysis. We reached more than 15,000 young people, but we had a very specific focus target group that was rural needs in the age class between 25 to 29. And it was difficult to reach them in particular, but we had responses for more than 2,500 young people in this target group for all the countries analyzed. Then, after 6 months from the first interview, we contacted again those young people that in the first interview declared to be able to be contacted, available to be contacted again. After 6 months, of course, we gave them a very brief questionnaire and we asked for their situation. We found that 47% transited to a job, 14% restarted the study, and only 39% remained in the status of need. We can see that those who remained in this status of need are more concentrated in some areas. In particular, the sample was composed mainly by Spanish young people, and they were very concentrated in the Andalusia, that is the region with higher need rates as it emerged from the previous analysis. And in particular, the probability to remain in the status of need was higher for females, for low educated. So we identified this particular situation of vulnerability, females, low educated, and after that, even migrants. But we wanted to understand, even if the efficacy of the public employment services was limited. Indeed, we found that only 13% of those who had found a job declared the past involvement in this job. Even if it was in this way, we found, we analyzed the support that they received from public employment services. We had a set of items addressed to assess what was the practical support that PES gave to these young people, what was the perceived support, and the so-called emotional support. We asked, for example, if PES officers assessed them well as persons, if they gave help to prepare the CV, if they gave useful suggestions. All these facts that are not strictly related to the job offer, because we know that the job offer is mainly related to the situation on the labor market. It is not possible to create a job itself. And we found that the percentages of those who found a job were higher in the subgroups who evaluated very high the support received by PES. This is another important result because we can see how it is important to give even a psychological support to these young people, even if in some cases it is not possible to offer a concrete job opportunity. This is the main results. Thank you.
Okay, so as you can understand, it's a fast review of more than 2 years work. So this is very fast. So more in deep can be made now with your question. So we pass now to the question and answer of this roundtable. So, yeah, we will make late with the question because probably will be more inside with the questions and answers. So we will keep the 5 minutes of the end of this slot to a critical friend. So because not only we have the result, we need to make a critical of the research to improve for more research in the future. So now your turn to question and answer. So questions about these 3 working groups we have about policy, good practices, and the young voice. You have one question?
One of the findings that I found very interesting was that related to the inefficiency of the public employment services mentors. I mean, the way that they interact with needs. Can you elaborate a little bit more on this? I mean, what are the specific results you have on that matter? What are the problems? What the mentors themselves say about the obstacles they face when try to do the job and interact with young people?
Probably for Sophia, good practices can, if you have some information about mentoring, or the opinion of the young people, probably.
Okay. We have interviewed PES workers and young people. So from the point of view of PES workers, well, in many countries they are old and they have a generation gap between what they think it should be a good reply or a good job and what the young people are expecting. There is this gap of understanding, and well, not being following on what was commented here about. I found the concept you brought of positive precarity and negative precarity, and then somebody added that some young people they want to be in this fluctuating employment because it's a well cultural and a lifestyle. It's not exactly that, but there are structural forces, namely on countries that rely a lot on tourism, such as the case of Portugal or Italy or Greece, that make the convincing a young person to enter a different type of job, either this different type of job doesn't exist or is not well paid. So it's not attractive, it's not a valid alternative, as you were mentioning. And they don't have these valid alternatives to offer at the job center. So it's like they don't have an alternative, a valid alternative to offer them. They have training, but not job offers in most cases. For young people, some of them even gave suggestions on how public employment services should communicate. For instance, one of them in one of our focus groups mentioned that they should have a weekly or monthly calendar of training, of offers that was available for everybody and it was easy to consult. And others were complaining that it was hard for them to go to the employment office when it was scheduled for them to go there, and if they wouldn't go, they would lose the benefits. So this was mostly like a one-sided opportunity. That is, it's not exactly a meeting; it's a checkpoint. You go there at that time, and if you don't go there, you're out. So, and also from our point of view, what doesn't work in here, and that makes our job as researchers very hard, is that you actually, your evaluation of what you do in public employment services is, are people working or are they not? It's number-based, it's not quality-based. So if you base the evaluation of what you are doing singly on, are people employed, and you don't ask where are they working, are they satisfied, for how long, if you don't do this kind of, or if you don't follow up young people after they get a job, then it just doesn't tell you very much about what works and what doesn't, right? So this is from the point of view of the researcher, that you would need other sort of reflexivity from also workers and also from the data you have to actually improve your services. But from a very broad perspective, you would need multidisciplinary teams and with different profiles to reach out for this population, I think.
Thank you, Sophia. More questions? So can you pass the microphone, please?
Of course. Good morning. What do you think are the best practice to motivate the needs, especially in rural areas, to participate in activities in order to improve their employability? Because sometimes they don't want to participate even.
We have here the voice of public employment services directly. So do you have any answer for this?
I suppose I need to continue.
I think so, yeah.
Well, I don't have a magical solution for that, because even us to get people to answer our interviews or to be in our focus groups, it wasn't easy. And we know for people that have developed programs in rural areas, they had major obstacles in reaching out to people, and it's not easy. One of course, the you know that works is if you have benefits, they will come. So of course, but you know that already. PES offices, they provide transportation, they provide lunch, they even give a scholarship for training. This is a plus. But I'm not sure they give this scholarship for training for everybody that is registered, despite not making a difference if they are on employment benefits or not. Maybe this could be improved. But I guess in most cases, from what we have seen, yes, they provide these benefits regardless of your employment status. But well, you could, I mean, this is a very soft answer. You could let them, but there's not, for instance, we have programs in training and digital skills. But what are the areas of digital skills? They grasp, for labor market needs and not what young people are looking for. So maybe they could be more heard and they could participate more in defining the kind of offers that you have for training that would be relevant to them. So maybe developing a participatory framework for letting them participate in the development and choosing the topics of the training that public employment services are offering. This could be a practice that could maybe make a difference, because they are presented with this, but they really don't know where it comes from. So, it's basically, it's mostly just depending on what labor market needs, but not on what they need. So maybe this could make a difference, becoming more participatory and opening up, I think.
Thank you, Sophia.
Can I?
Yeah, for sure.
At least in Italy, but I don't know if it is the same in the other country. There is even a strong mismatch between the supply and the demand side of the labor market, in the sense that there are a lot of vacant job positions, but there are not the skills needed. So a challenge could be that PES could try to match these, even creating the skills that are needed for the labor market, especially in this area that where all the tasks, the job tasks are changing with the digitalization and the high revolution, in my opinion.
Thank you, Antonella.
Thanks a lot. Yes, a lot of information, a lot of interesting information. I would be curious about two things quickly. The first one would be the role of the demand of work, the role of the employers in a way. What was the perspective of the pest workers in this direction? Was there a discussion in terms of incentives to the employers or necessity to control in a way employers' behavior, or what happens also after the internships? Something in this direction, I would be curious. The second question relates to the survey results, and I saw that most of the responses came from Spain and from Italy. And I wanted to ask if you identify some kind of differences between the need interviewed in Spain with respect to the need interviewed in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can answer the question for him, but later we will have the public employment services here, so probably you can keep the question again later. So
I will just. It's working, but
yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's working. It's okay.
This okay. So I know what you're heading with this is that sometimes you have internships by the same employers and they don't hire people. But you also need to take care that we are developing this in rural areas. And in rural areas, you have a demographic profile that is depopulated. So young people are few and they are looked after. The problem here is that they're not looked after for what they're studied and what they want. So you have jobs, but they are unskilled. So it's not a matter of not finding a job. It's a matter of finding the job you want. So this is the problem. And that's why you have external mobility, or you go to cities, or you move abroad, because you don't find the job that you are looking for. And of course you have, there is a proximity, and employers, at least for the case of Portugal, they have incentives if they hire people after the internship. But quality or major employers in rural areas are, again, public services, so city halls or hospitals or pharmacies, you know, nuclear services that are still based in there in case of qualified, or industries. And that is generally, on most cases, unskilled or factory workers. So it's different. But well, there is not a problem of not employing people. It's really the quality of the jobs you have. So.
We have a majority of responses from Spain, so we have not made cross-country comparison mainly, but some trends are very similar in all the countries about the informal work, the lack of trust in institutions, and even for the feelings about pests. We found the similar results.
Thank you. So we have other question there, Stephanie.
Thanks a lot for this very interesting findings. I have a question to Claudia. I was wondering whether in your report, I just also briefly checked it, you mentioned that there were no policies addressed for unique need in rural areas. So you didn't find targeted policies. Did you get an understanding why there is a shift in like targeting different need groups? What you also mentioned in your report, that like depending on which time it was, either it was the other needs or the unemployed. So do you have an understanding? Did you interview people, you like policymakers in a sense, what motivates them to focus on particular kind of groups? What drives this?
Now in
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Yeah. Okay. So in this project, no, we did not interview stakeholders because we did in the other project that we have in COST, and we had there a comparative article that we published, and we realized that it's a problem of how you use the evidence for develop the policies, and not only how you use the evidence, what kind of narrative you want to use in the policy. And if the interest is to focus on the rural areas, maybe you will find these kind of measures. If the narrative is not around rural areas and different categories of needs, they will not be these kind of measures. That's why, for example, now, even if the reinforced use guarantee should be more efficient, I think for some of the countries are not more efficient because we don't have specific plans for use guarantee like we had before. In many cases, these measures from reinforced use guarantee are introduced in the general strategies for unemployment. And sometimes these strategies are only formal papers, let's say. So it's very, we will see what will happen, but from my perspective, in some countries we will not have better results than we had until now. And to respond to some of your questions, because we deal with this, I think in some countries, looking at the motivation, we had a lot of psychologists with us in the projects. And I think it's very difficult for them to see what is the good motivation for young people to come to the public employment services. And we realized that not only this part of participatory framework should be developed in each country, because we forgot that these policies are about children, are about young people, are about adolescents, but we never involved them in developing this kind of processes. But also it's about the proactive attitude of the public employment services to go to this kind of people. And not only with formal activities. I was looking in some countries at the impact of informal activities, informal discussions that the mobile services of public employment services have with young people. And the results are better in this case. So maybe we should look not only how these people can come to the public employment services, but we should look how the public employment services could be more open to this kind of informal discussions. And not to, it's important to remember that it's another generation, and the attitude, their attitude to work is different from ours. They are not so, let's say, they are not looking for a job for 20 years like I was looking. They are looking for a job with a better salary, with a lot of other kind of stimulants, let's say, flexible program, let's say more extra hours, but paid extra hours, not like us that always do extra hours without payment. So it's a different attitude. If we try to understand this, maybe we can develop better services. And related to employers, we had a lot of subsidies for employers in Romania. Now, impact, let's say. Yes, they use that subsidies a lot. Most our measures are subsidies for employers, but at the end, we realized that we had a lot of needs and a lot of demand for labor force on our market. So it's a strange situation, and we don't have so many migrants to cover this.
Thank you, Claudia. So finally, for this session, we have the critical friend. So this concept is to analyze this work of the research to improve in the future for more projects. So we have Ruta here that will be the critical friend in this case. She has a PhD in social science, in sociology, associate professor at Vilnius University, Lithuania, expert with experience in the fields of labor market, unemployment policies, employment vulnerable groups, job rights, job transition for education, and job housing provision in another skill and training. So now we have some words for Ruta as a critical friend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I try to be very brief because it's a lot was said already, and we are at the final stage when we can have a look at back and to say what we have achieved, what tools we have created, and what's next, what's the future, and how we can transfer the results. And actually, I try not to be very critical, to stay friends. Because I think some things should stay behind the scenes, and this project was really, we make a lot of friends here, and this project was very challenging in the sense that we had very ambitious goals, and actually we used all possible methods and all possible methods and research to do what we did. So I think we have very good result, and a lot of things you heard today already. And first of all, I will start from methodological point of view. And actually, I think we all know our current reality of data collection and what challenges it brings. And actually, nowadays, it's more and more difficult to reach people, and especially reach people from needs group in rural areas and for this particular age group. So I think we all put a lot of efforts to reaching those people and to attracting them to participate in the study in different, in qualitative and quantitative research. And actually, what else I would like to add, that we also face challenges in data collection quality. People start to fill questionnaires and they skip at some point. And actually, what we will do with this. So I think it's really a lot of ideas what we need to think over. But what I'd like to stress that it's not a reality only of this project. We all face challenges nowadays collecting data, collecting proper data, make use of it. So I think it's something that we need to have probably more broader scientific discussion. Also, we have a lot of data protection regulations. And personally, I met several times with data protection specialists, what makes our research on our data collection even more difficult. Also, what was a little bit covered already, we have this situation with PES, with quality of services provided by PES, with structural issues also in rural areas. And also Sophia mentioned a lot of things, but I think every country is very specific and we have very different situation in there. So, but of course, it's public institution, and we all know that there are reforms in public institutions in different countries, and especially in Eastern and Central European countries. So I think it's also a good lesson for all of us that we need also to address this human resources issue, which is, it's very important. And probably one more thing, I need to stress also that we have structural differences in rural areas and rural, non-urban, doesn't matter how we call it. But actually we have very different situation. And if you look at those countries, and especially in Central Eastern European countries, we have totally different picture in terms of services and accessibility of services, quality of services. And I think it's a very good idea for future research on services provision, on quality of services, if we have proper tools to address those issues. And about transferability, I think that this project built a lot of new tools that can be used for the future. And good result of our project is that we already selected as good practice for another project funded by the structural funds. And I already provided with some details about our project. And we discussed how can we transfer those results, those tools, also quantitative questionnaire and quantitative tools. So I think we have future with this project, and we have a lot of data collected, and we need some time how to make use of it. How can we share what we can create next? So I think it was very brief, not very critical, but friendly comment from myself. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you are still a friend, I think, so it's not too critical. So thank you so much for the 3 coordinators of the working package. We have more information in the manuals, in the policy brief, and on the website, so you can have more information about the result and deliverables of the working package. So now we go for lunch. So we have this lunch for 45 minutes, and later we will have the speech presentation of the case study. So have a good lunch. Okay, so slowly start with this session, and we will present the good practices in targeting rural needs. So we have 3 cases with us that will explain a pitch session, their experiences with these good practices. And then 2 colleagues of the project will present the 2 manuals of good practices and impact assessment that we have published during the project. So first, we'll go for the good practices targeting rural needs. And we will start with Ignacio Rosales. He came from the Diputación de Granada. So it's a regional municipality, more than municipality, from Granada, the south of Spain. And he will explain in a pitch session their experience with rural needs. So.
Good morning. My name is Ignacio Rosales, and as Mariano said, I come from the County Council of Granada in the south of Spain, in Andalusia. And I'm going to briefly talk about Genera Granada, a successful training and self-employment project that the University of Girona has kindly selected as a good practice in the framework of this tracking project. Genera Granada had a budget of 420,000 euros and was 92% funded by the European Social Fund. Genera Granada has involved the implementation of 10 training courses for NEETs aged 18 to 30, living in a rural municipality in the province of Granada with a fewer population than 10,000 inhabitants. One of the particularities of the project is that the young people should be entrepreneurs. That is, needs with some kind of interest or motivation to create their own business. Well, identifying needs in the rural areas with some kind of interest of motivation to create their own business was very, very complicated, but it made the project much more interesting. In the County Council of Granada, we believe that it's not possible to avoid the population of rural areas without promoting self-employment, especially among young people. Well, Genera Granada project, we did 10 training courses. 300 hours, more or less 4 months, from Monday to Friday, more or less 5 hours each day. And we divided the hours into 200 hours of sectors of activity that we previously identified as opportunities for self-employment in the rural areas, and 100 hours more for motivation for self-employment, including the analysis and personalized motivation and analysis of the participants' business ideas. The sectors of activities that we identified as opportunities for self-employment were sustainable construction, marketing and producing of agri-food products, textile manufacturing, local commerce, rural and nature tourism, and hospitality and catering sector. In the next slide, okay, you can do it. Okay, you can see some pictures of the participants in the training courses in the different sectors of activity: sustainable construction, textile manufacturing, agri-food products, rural and nature tourism, local commerce, hospitality and catering sector. Well, as you can see, all of them are using masks. It's because the training courses took place from January 2020 to December 2021, in the middle of the COVID pandemic. That was very, very complicated. And we had to suspend the courses, to restart them several months later, to quarantine entire classes due to infections. And we must be in constant contact to health authorities to manage all the incidences related to the pandemic. Well, finally, we could do the training courses, and the main results were 103 participants, the 57% were women, 22% of the participants belong to groups facing special difficulties in accessing employment, ethnic minorities, immigrants, people with disability, etc. Within the first 6 months after the finalization of the courses, we have 8 enterprises created, led by now young entrepreneurs. 47 participants found a job, and 23 of the participants were enrolled in a training course or in a educational programs. So overall, the 77% of the participants in the courses were in a not need situation after the courses. Well, that's all. Thank you very much. And any question, you can do it. Thank you. Well, if you want, sorry. Here you can see some pictures of the enterprise, of some of the enterprises that we created in rural tourism. Well, when designer of fashion, local commerce, selling products for children, like sweets and activities for children, arts and crafts, other company, and one company that produced vegan cheese in a very, very small town. And well, this is some examples of the enterprises that the Young Needs created in the framework of the Genera Granada project. Well, thank you.
Thank you for your pitch about this program in Spain. So now we go for Lithuania. Brigita will present also good practice in the country.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Now I can be heard. Good. Let's start with practice from Lithuania. It is a small country, but I believe you will like the practice we started.
And as the previous speakers were talking about the future of the project, so it is mainly in my presentation that future is today, and what we have started, we will continue. So basically, just shortly, how do we look like in the European context? It is below, the share of needs is below than the European average. And definitely there are countries which are much better, and there are countries which are a bit higher. But just to make a joke, maybe Lithuania is not so warm with the climate, so you have to move faster in order to live. You cannot just stay and do nothing. But the problems is the same, actually. It is high expectations from the young people. It is also not the right qualification, maybe not the right jobs. So I believe that we are facing quite common problems of young people unemployed. What we have done in almost 4 years ago, oh, sorry, yes. We have started in one city called Alytus. It is 50,000 employees, inhabitants in the city. And the idea actually came from the youth itself. We had an initiative called Create for Lithuania. And a couple of young ladies, they provided an idea that let's make some common initiative. Let's gather the main actors together. So what they have done, they invited municipality, they invited public employment service and youth affairs agency. And as you see, they even established a managing body, which is a good action in order to keep the project ongoing, not to lose the control. And the idea was to have a common career center for youth, so they can come and have the consultations, they have information, not excluding anybody. It could be school children, it could be youth in employment, and it could be needs. And it worked so very well until 2022. And then the project financed by European Social Fund was started. And it became like this. Now we have the 14 regional career centers open, multiplied the model of the first one. But the most important thing, and reflecting to the previous speakers, is about the personnel who is engaged in the consulting. So first of all, these people received an extensive course of being consultant to youth. So the competence first. The other thing is that the premises are established so that you could have both group and individual consultations. The third thing is that it is not only consultations in theory, but it is also a practical issues. I will explain a little bit later now. This slide is just to show that we have started with 14. We are going to expand with another 10 in the future because the demand is quite high. Plus we have the mobile services inside of Lithuania. So mobile teams are reaching the places which are not established with any offices, and maybe there is no reason for that. Who is served? So basically people who are interested, not necessarily they have to come and say that I'm interested. They can just look around by passing by. They meet the professionals, but it is also the third actor. It is socially responsible business. Both these actors are interested in each other, and PES is acting as an intermediary there. Business is very much interested in having youth employed, but they want to have the young people ready for work. So the job is done by PES for them to be ready, and then business is getting what they really want. Whom do we serve right now? Everybody, everybody. School children starting from grade 8, which is 14 years old, to, let's say, adult people until retirement. The thing is that idea that you have to live with your profession until your death is already over. If you are acquired with accountant qualification, you don't have to die being accountant, you can change it. And this is why the regional career centers exist. They are helping you in any time of your life to find out yourself. What are we doing? Basically, the first thing is to check or to help the person to find out himself, meaning that who I am and what I can do and which work do I fit. Then we are talking either consulting them individually or in group. Then we are introducing them to the job business environment. So as I said, that can be in life, it can be remote, it can be at the business place, and not necessarily we end up with ourselves, but we invite social partners. And just to finalize my presentation with this one slide, I just want to reflect also on some previous speakers' notes, that the internet is a key thing. It is also a possibility for the customers to come into the regional center and use internet if there is no possibility to do it at home. The information about the regional career centers are widely spread on social networks, which is a tool for the youngsters. And it is also important that the curriculum includes not only the job-related issues, but also soft skills, like, for example, public speaking. And also it includes some seminars related to the, for example, young mothers, how to combine the motherhood and job or some other activity. So it is quite wide, and I believe that it will be wider even more. So there are some pictures, and thank you for now.
Thank you so much for this presentation. So the last one of the good practices, it will be Belmiro Luis, coordinator of the project Need Maker in Instituto Pedro Nunes in Portugal.
Hello. Yeah. No problem. I can speak. Okay, no problem. I have a presentation, but not here. I'm coming from a small village in the center of Portugal. It's a rural area, and we have two big challenges. One is lack of population, less and less, and other is lack of employees employees with higher qualifications. So with that picture, we come along with a solution that comes from a funding from Europe. Social entrepreneur is the municipality, and the Instituto Pedro Nunes is the business incubator that is able to provide that training for the needs. The first thing we do is create an idea for the project Need Maker. Maybe you know what is a Fab Lab laboratory, fabrication laboratory, and the maker movement. Our idea is to provide to the needs all the tools for them to make things and make that things happen. That's one of the way. Other way is to help them to learn about entrepreneurship and put that in practice. Okay, so we are ready to go. We are set our targets, and the first thing we need to do is to connect to the public employment system and to connect with them to aggregate all the information, and we go to the field to find the people. After that, we start our agenda. We have a week of workshops. We start with soft skills, team buildings with the youngster in order for them to know how to solve problems, how to relate with each other, and have an entrepreneurial mindset. After that, we go for a day of Fab Lab tinkering and working with 3D printing. After that, we go for communication, digital video and digital photography to them to learn and to practice that. And the other day is for development of business idea. That part, they need to develop a business idea. They need to make some minimum viable product, kind of, and then they need to make a pitch. That part of make a pitch is very important, very powerful for them, because the majority of them, they don't know how to speak, how do they can sell themselves, and they don't know who they are. So at the end of the day, we can accomplish have in the market working a lot of people, and we are very pleased to work with that. So our best practice, as a summary, I will say soft skills. They need soft skills, and is something very important. Another thing is entrepreneurial mindset to go along and find your things. Digital skill set is very important for them to tinkering and to know how to play around in this digital world. And yes, communication, pitch is very important for them. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Elmiro. So now we will go for the two other pitch of my colleagues, and they will present the two manuals we deliver physically. You have this manual. I think there's no more stock, but we have more coming, and both of them will present the two manuals we have of the result of the project. So first of all, we have Tatiana from the Instituto Politécnico de Santarém in Portugal. She will present the good practices supports for needs.
So as Mariano said, in the registration, you already received the manual. here we will not have time to present in detail the content of the manual, so I will try to sell you the manual to convince you to read the manual. So this is the idea of this pitch. So this is the manual that you most of you already have. Okay. The manual is designed to offer some kind of guidance to some of the people that work daily in the daily basis with young people, so to case managers, career counselors, and other professionals that work with rural needs. And the idea is to have some guidelines to how to develop an impact analysis of public employment service, and the specific documents deals with the question of selecting the most important factors to include in the kind of PES impactment model. So we try in the beginning to identify the challenge that these people that have a daily basis relation with the young people, the real needs in the field, to identify the challenge that these professionals that most of them implement the youth guarantee measures, they face in their daily work. So the challenge they face is to identify, reach out, and activate vulnerable young people. And they also face the challenge that is to refer them to an employer or get them to register in public employment services. And we think one of the challenges that we think that these professionals face in the field is to have contact or to reach the knowledge about these young people, namely regarding the risk factors that they have, that these young people have, and also the heterogeneity of the needs situation. So for this purpose, in the first part of the manual, it's presented the work developed in working package 2 in the mapping phase, namely a kind of diagnosis of need situation in the 6 beneficiary countries of the project. First is presented an overview of the situation of needs age 25-29 over the last decade. Then addressing the question, how can public employment service respond to young people's challenges? We try to identify the main youth employment challenge that these young people face. And finally, considering the heterogeneity of needs, we present the difference between the different needs subgroups. Then, in the second part of the manual, is dedicated to the implementation of good practices supporting needs, and we present the several good practices that were identified in the 6 beneficiary countries, considering the following levels of support: individual counseling, digital counseling, that means the PES and digitalization, the mobile services, the development of soft skills and competencies, the training to promote employment and training courses, and also the employability knowledge. And then finally, the manual also presents the key factors for successful collaboration in the delivery of services dedicated to needs. Namely, we present the main stages in the process of working with needs. It is also presented PES environment and skills of PES staff that PES service must have to address to these young people, and also the collaborating and partnering, the importance of collaborating with other organizations. So thank you, and we invite you all to read the manual.
Okay, so now we go for the next manual. Is the manual to analyze the public employment services impact with Vladislava from Bulgaria.
Hello, everyone. So this was the second manual. Can you use this? First, when we are talking about public employment services, officers, managers, what comes to my mind is that they are looking something like this. Yes, because they have a lot of things to do, and they have a lot of challenges, and they are overload. This is what we understood from after these 3 years of a project and from our researches, from all the packages. And I think that the idea for these manuals was to help them a little bit and to create something that will be using in their everyday life, in their contacts with the young people. And the idea of the manual was to create something as a universal tool, and this tool will serve these professionals, practitioners, and also space administered by government agencies and public authorities, also policymakers. That was the aim of the manual, both manuals. And I already mentioned why this manual is important, but it's also important because it will share the experience of all the stakeholders that are engaged in the process of helping young people to again come to labor market or to be involved in the labor market. And if you want to find the questions of the answers of all the questions that we have here and all the answers that are there, you have to read the manuals. And here, I'm not going to present the content of the manual because you will not read it. So I will leave these questions open. And I would like to thank to all the people that were engaged in this this project, and all the practitioners, because we also put their suggestions, their thoughts in these manuals after we have some series of workshops. And here I saw a lot of people that were engaged during the whole process. So thank you very much for everyone, and also for the colleagues that have been involved in the writing of these 2 manuals, because they also give us a lot of information from the work packages 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Now we go for a question and answer session for the good practices. So you can ask your question about the manuals, not the content inside, but about the process to make the manual or the overall idea of the 3 good practices we have here from Lithuania, Portugal, and Spain. So we open now for the questions. You are slept after the lunch, so yeah.
Well, maybe not the best. I can try to see your faces. Okay, so thank you for the presentations. I don't think I have a question. I just wanted to share how significant it is to me to see in a very clear and vivid way how to do the work in a positive, meaningful, productive, very straightforward way, right? So how it could work. Yeah, so you gave examples how you do this. What needs to be there? Often I think we're focusing on what doesn't work. That's also important, right? But ultimately, I think we need, at least I need vivid examples of how the work can be done, right? And how it can be meaningful to everyone involved, right? So that we do not end with frustrated youngsters, also frustrated PES workers, as we were seeing in that picture. And so, just to finish my comment, I was thinking about, so how great it is that you're sharing, right, the work that you do, how great it is that, I'm able to know about, work that is being done in different countries. And so, I was just thinking about the added value of what we're doing here today, bringing people together, and how useful it would be, right, to increase the chances that we can learn from others' experiences, not only within a given country, but also across countries, right? And making sure that, of course, we bring together the practitioners. I think that's very, very helpful. Practitioners, the youngsters, but also, the policy makers, as I think it's also the case here. Because often we are discussing, right? And there are already working solutions, right? Not to say that, of course, that we can just, import, right, in a very straightforward way. We cannot, right? But I think we can learn so much. So it's unfortunate that I don't have a question, but I just wanted to share, to thank you and to maybe ask you, what is your take on this? So how can maybe this networking, how could it be done? Maybe you're already doing it, right? You're already doing it in a way, but how could we work further on this, bringing people together, right, to share solutions that work, right, in a positive way? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, in our case, it's very important to be in contact with all the entities working in the rural areas, city halls, and other public service of employment, all the associations of young, all kind of entities, because sometimes you found that they know the rural areas better than other entities, and it depends on each town. Maybe in one town, in one rural municipality, there is a very important association of young. In other, there is one person that works in the city hall. It depends. So it's very important to go to the rural areas and to be there to understand what is the situation for that town, because it's completely different between one town and other town that is next to the first one. So it's, in my opinion, it's very important to understand the needs that each municipality has.
I can share some experience for Bulgaria. Unfortunately, our best representative couldn't come because they have elections in the employment agency. But I can share some experience when I was working in Work Package 2. We have case studies, and I was interviewing her. She shared that this collaboration, they call it a social partnership, or they're social partners. So people that are involved in the process, like not only the PACE services, but also municipalities, social agencies, also schools. They all have this network of social partnership. So this is something that I remember now from the interviews, and I think that this is something that you already mentioned. So for Bulgaria, it's the same.
Yep, in Portugal we do the same. We go to the to the market and try find the people, talk with them, and work with all the stakeholders, universities, youngster associations. We do the same. We try to bring new ideas from that maker movement that goes along, and you can do your own things. And the other thing is the entrepreneurial way of thinking, how you can develop things. But I have a question for you. How you manage to scale up your center? I like a lot your idea that you start with that project and then you have 14 or 24.
Yes, thank you for compliments. Yes, it was one. Then, as I said, it was funding, so we could multiply those to 14. But in order to reflect to your question, it is also very important the overall integration of stakeholders. You cannot do anything alone. Nobody can. So it is so important that different stakeholders should be involved, including social partners who can elaborate and help with different skill learning and teaching. Business, in order to be close enough, because if you are just end up with the theoretical part, and what we have heard in the morning session, that then these people are left alone. Okay, they have knowledge, but what to do next? So this continuity in supporting and giving a hand, you know, and bringing them to the business is very important. Early intervention, introducing to business is a key thing, because some people, they have the wrong understanding, especially school children. They have wrong understanding of what some certain professions mean. They are thinking sometimes that, oh, you know, to be a programmer is a really cool thing because you are just lying in some bed at the sea and, you know, doing nothing, but they all are living so cool. But then you get to the reality, it is quite different, you know. And sometimes vice versa, they are thinking that, you know, this engineering is not for me. Oh no, those robots, I cannot do anything with them. And then you bring them to the laboratory and somebody explains and shows, and they see that these are the same people as myself, so why they can do and I couldn't, I can. So this is very important, all these integrations.
Just to add, I think for me as a researcher, the challenge I always face is to find out how we can bring something to the field, because we do it sometimes we do it with the long distance from the field. And I think the key is to have some kind of triangle, means the scientific knowledge in academia, then the policymakers, and then the stakeholders that work in the field. It will be the key to all projects. It's not possible. Sometimes it's not possible. For example, for my experience, we have different temporalities. So we spend different times in thinking and working in solutions, because we also have different aims. So it's difficult to maintain this triangle, but I think the key is to have something that is the theoretical knowledge, then have the people that have the knowledge of the field, the experience, and then ones that can make different because they are policymakers. But it's difficult, it's a challenge.
Okay, so we have 30 seconds. No, okay, coming from Francisco, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so now it's working. So first of all, thank you for sharing your thoughts and your experiences. For me, personally, it is very important to listen to your experiences, because in another life, I was a youth worker, a street worker, managing projects in NGOs. So I do understand the way your way of thinking, your challenges, your ideas, and your energy to move forward things. So for us as a group of researchers, a network of researchers, it was really important throughout the process to listen to your thoughts and experiences. Then very quickly, I would like to highlight the fact that if there is a word cutting across all the presentations and some of the comments, is cooperation. So we clearly acknowledge that, of course, public employment services have a role here, but they cannot be successful if they do not coordinate their efforts with other stakeholders, with communities at large, and with the participation of young people. So that's very clear from your presentations. And now Gianluca is not listening to me, because I will talk on behalf of another initiative, but which in fact is connected with this project and with the results of this project. In representing this network and another initiative, the Cost Action Rural Need Youth Network, that I also coordinate. We are part of the coordination group of the EU Rural Pact. I don't know if you have heard about it, but please check it, because the buzzword inside this initiative, bringing together DG Agri, DG Employment, DG Regio, so it's coordination, it's cooperation. And inside this initiative to, let's say, upgrade the initiatives in rural areas, it will be created a community group on young people in rural areas. And I think that your experiences are welcome in terms of sharing the knowledge, sharing your projects, and making sure that you can also influence others in other countries in terms of adopting your own initiative. So thank you for being with us throughout the process and for sharing your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francisco. Thank you for the 5 presenters with your own experience. And now we couple minutes and we will start the next session. And now with the participation of different public employment services of different countries, I will make a quick introduction for the 3 participants, and then we will go for the questions. And finally, we'll have, in this case, also a critical friend. This is Oscar, I will present later, and he will wrap up this session. So we have here Sara Ramos, is coordinator of the Youth Guarantee program in Portugal. She's degree in psychology, and specialist in work in psychology at the Faculty of Psychology, Educational Science at the University of Porto, PhD in psychology in 2006, and the same faculty, and a postdoc in ergonomics in the Faculty of Human Kinetics in the University of London. We have also here Olaf Kersen from Estonia. He's head of the youth policy of the Estonia Unemployment Insurance Fund, which is the national public employment services in the country. This institution offers career services to the students, registered unemployment, and needs youth. Besides that, tries to give cooperation with the ministers and the ONGs. And Eva Esposito from Catalonia, Spain. We have the responsible of care support services for young people, professional career in the public administration, always linked to the field of youth employment participation, and design of active policies for young people, and monitoring the implementation of these services. So I will make 2 rounds of questions for these public employment services. So the first one is about digitalization, and the question is how the digitalization changing public employment services operation and processes, particularly with vulnerable groups, and you can make some pros and cons of this digitalization. So
so I was thinking about this question, and to me, it seems there are like two different viewpoints. One is the viewpoint of the worker, the specialist, how our digitalization, different new things that happen in digital worlds and how we take them over as a public employment service, how it affects their job. And the other viewpoint is how it affects the clients, the youth who we work with. So to generalize, I wouldn't actually be too positive or optimistic about that digitalization solves all the problems, that the digitalization is the way to go in the sense that if you have all your services, all your contacts in a digital form, you don't have to do it face to face, then it doesn't mean that it's easier or it's the preferred channel or something like that. Because I just checked the statistics in Estonia also. We have the possibility of becoming a registered unemployed via digital channels. You don't have to come for your first appointment. You actually don't have to show up face to face for any of your appointments if it's possible. But the statistics show that most of the get-togethers with the client are via telephone. So actually, it's not like Microsoft Teams or a video call that is preferred, but actually, especially among the youth group, the telephone call is the preferred channel. And of course, there has to be like kind of this balance between these, because a NEET youth would probably, in many cases, prefer not to show up, not to make the extra effort to come to an office to meet face to face with a person. For some, it might be a problem. It might create anxiety and so on. And for some reason, they also don't feel very comfortable when putting in or putting on their video. So even if we have like our career services, especially have shown this, that even if we use or offer the chance to have a video call with a career counselor, so even though we offer the chance to have a video call, they still prefer not putting in their videos. So they just take part of the counseling session with a blank or a black screen. So on the viewpoint of the client, it really doesn't always make things more comfortable or faster for them, but from the viewpoint of the specialist or the public employment service worker, it of course expands the possibility. You don't always have to be in the office to do your work. You can do it in your home office if you have the necessary equipment. You can make the calls, you can make the client appointments in your home. You don't have to be in the office for that. So to generalize, I would say that there are many aspects that make it more comfortable for the client. For example, you are not so dependent on when the worker of the public employment service is free or when he or she has a free appointment time, but you can already do the first initial info. You can enter from the digital channel, you can do the application there. And from there on, it goes a lot faster, because otherwise you might have to wait even like for a month for example, to get a career counseling session. But other than that, it's just more uncomfortable, and you just don't know how much time it might take when you step inside the office and wait in a living line to become a registered unemployed. So there are, of course, different pros and cons for the digitalization of the whole process of becoming a registered unemployed, or even using some of the services that the PS offers.
Thank you so much. Eva?
Thank you. Can you hear me or?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that I agree with what my colleague has just said, because I think that digitalization, it's not the only way to go. It's just an option. And for us in public employment services, if we talk about the enrollment, it's an option that people unemployed have. It's easier sometimes to do it online if you have the skills to do it. But we cannot forget that there are a lot of people that maybe don't know how to do that. So we should be offering them also face-to-face options. But when it comes also to active employment policies, for example, the implementation, and also when we are designing them, we have to take into account all this digitalization. Obviously, offering online training, for example, gives the opportunity to the people in all the region to get to these trainings. Also, the possibility to get counseling wherever you are. But also, when we are talking about needs, sometimes the face-to-face meetings are for us a need. What happened to us is that during the pandemic, we had to do 100% everything online. You know that just everything suddenly just changed. But what happened after that is that when we were implementing our policies in all the territories, municipalities, NGOs that were working with us decided that only online services, mostly when we were talking about vulnerable groups and young people, was not the option. Probably it's a mixed solution, having face-to-face meetings, maybe once a month, for example, or once every 2 weeks, depending on the needs, but then also offering some virtual solutions. What happened when we were talking about rural areas too is that sometimes there are difficulties to get to internet, also in some cases, even to get to a computer, depending on the situation of the person. So I think that for us, now we have the challenge to give a solution to that situation. We have to talk to municipalities, we have to talk to different NGOs, for example, so that we can offer a solution to these people, so that they can have access to internet, to a computer. Also, we have to think about digital skills training. And to do so, for us, it is really important to have someone in the territory, a person, so this person can get to them and ask for a solution, a person that can start working with them for their training path, for their career, but and then offer solutions. Say, okay, maybe you don't have access to internet, you don't have access to a computer, but we can offer you a computer, 1 hour internet, whatever, in this place. So we can start here. And then you have these digital training skills, training that you can do, and then we can start working from here. Because if you don't have access to anything, it's really difficult to get all the information that we have. So I think that right now, as a public employment service, we are just facing a lot of challenges. We have to change our way of implementing policies, taking into account digitalization, etc. But at the same time, not forgetting that there are some groups that will keep needing our support in a face-to-face environment, and also that we are going to have to help them provide or to get to this internet or online courses and counseling possibilities.
Thank you. I also agree with my colleagues of this panel. I'm not talking for the PES point of view, because I'm not the PES. I'm not representing the PES, but the Youth Guarantee, which is a project that is related with public employment service, but it's not the same structure. And regarding digitalization, Youth Guarantee has a portal, a site where they can make the register. And what, after 10 years of Youth Guarantee, what we can see is exactly this. The main strategy has good results in Portugal, as we know. But the most vulnerable profiles of needs of young people in need situation remain almost with the same numbers, which is a huge preoccupation, because we are activating always almost the same groups with this large spectrum strategy. So we need a more local approach, a more an approach that that can address the specific needs of specific groups in specific locations. And regarding digitalization, I think it's a way. It's a way of outreach some of them, but not all of them. And in my experience, our national pass in Portugal. After the registration, that can be online only without going to the employment service. But then they are asked to come in person to the local centers to be interviewed. And I guess this is the focal point of the process, because our technicians can know the young people, know the particular situation, the particular needs, and sometimes can referral them to other kind of services that the PES is not allowed to give them: health, habitation, transport, infrastructures, etc., social security, social action, etc. So I guess digitalization is important, is a way of outreach the most part of the young people, but we need to remain in the idea that some of them, it's a need, as Eva said. It's difficult to work with them, all the process regarding all these needs, only with this point of view.
Thank you so much. So we have this first round. Now we can make some short questions and answer about this digitization process, because I see, and probably Oscar will go in deep later, but we can see some difference between these public employment services. So if you have a couple of questions about or reflections about this digitization, if you want to remark something. Or we will leave Oscar to remark that later, probably, if you want. Okay, so we can pass to the second question, and then we will make the round of questions and answer. So the second question is, how are labor market changing for young people due to the twin transition? How does this shift public employment services support? So we can make in the same order if you want. So, or reverse. Okay, you can start now, Sarah, if you want. Okay.
So I will try to say something about the PES supports. I'm not the PES, but
okay.
So yes, the labor market is changing, and I think that a lot of things need to be done on the PES support, but we are already doing something. So not perfect, but we are coming better. So one thing that we are doing is testing a profiling system with an algorithm that kept the crucial variables in terms of competences and individual characteristics. And this algorithm allows the technician to identify earlier the risk of an individual become long-term unemployed, with some relation with this twin transition. So the need for reskilling, for example. This instrument allow the public employment service to work preventively with this group of individuals, which I think is a positive thing on digitalization. So another example is our virtual assistant. We are also testing a virtual assistant in the rural area, on Alentejo specifically. And why? Because we have a huge migrant community there that don't have language skills on Portuguese, neither in English. So it's very, very difficult to give support to these people. So we are testing another instrument with artificial intelligence to can communicate with this community in a very rural area. And then we have a lot of vet training, vet offer on this area. We have some programs, the upskill, the reskilling, the Promov program, which is a reskilling program for unemployed people that want to change of sector of the economy. The green skills and jobs, it's another measure in Portugal. The Jovem Mais Digital, which is the Young Plus Digital, which is another offer. So we have a lot of offer in the green area on the digital area, focusing precisely in this double transition, which is some examples of what we are doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. For us, I think that, well, the labor market is obviously changing. There are a lot of new jobs linked to green economy, also digital economy, etc. And also the way young people see the jobs and the work is also changing. So that's something that came up, and I think that it's also important for us to keep in mind. And I think that it is also giving public employment services different opportunities. It's obvious that we need to be in contact with companies in order to know which are the needs of the labor market and to be able to design the trainings that are really like adequate with the needs of these companies. This is something we have to do. It's part of our job. But at the same time, we also have to have the capability of talking to young people and telling them which are these needs, also which skills are needed, because everybody thinks about, I'm not an engineer, for example, so I cannot get a job in digital, but that's not true, because these companies also say, okay, we sometimes just need to know, to find people with these skills, and then we can train them. So what we did, something that we started doing as a pilot, we designed a questionnaire with these companies and also an association that works in the digital area, in where we were trying to see if a person had the soft skills or the skills that the companies were looking for, and then designing some specific trainings that they could get so that they can get a job in the digital area, for example. And what we did is train for counselors in our public employment offices so that they can start doing it and talking to young people. We were looking in our unemployment register to see if we had people with some specific skills. We were talking to them, doing different meetings and information sessions, so that we can start telling them, okay, maybe you never thought about it, but it's an option. You have the skills to do it, and we can offer you training. And then there's a company there that is going to hire you if this is something you want to do. Because sometimes I think that someone said it before, they don't believe that they can do certain things. And it's also our job to help them see that there's a lot of other options. In this case, it's linked to digital. We're also thinking about doing another pilot with green jobs, doing more or less the same. And something that I think that is also really, really important, it's to give resources to our counselors. I mean, we have people in the public employment offices, but we need to give them these resources, give them the information about these areas, these sectors, about what we have, give them training and give them information so that they can talk to young people or to people that they have in the offices and give all the information about these new jobs that are coming and these new opportunities that will be in the future, in the real, right now and also in the future. So I think that for us, best support has to be in this way. I mean, we need to have counselors and they have to have all the information. We need to work with companies because we need to know what's happening in the sectors. And then we need to be able to offer to these young people that are starting really real opportunities in these areas and in others. But I guess that digital and green are the ones coming up. So it's just something that we have to focus on too.
Thank you, Eva.
So in Estonia, the workforce or the population is right now growing old, but at the same time, the age group of 13 to 29 is getting a bit bigger up until the year like 2030 or 35, I think. So that means that the value of the young person entering the labor market is actually And this is what I believe. I think that it's actually becoming higher in the eyes of the employer, because I would say they prefer a young person who can who they can themselves teach or school, instead of maybe an older person who already has a lot of working years behind him or her. And that actually is shown by in our base. We also have a decision support system that every job mediation consultant and case manager has access to, that is also based on algorithms. And it also shows that being a young person, let's say in the age group of 18 up to 29, is not actually a negative factor, but actually it's a positive factor. It makes the chance of finding job higher, but the lack of education or the lack of job experience is what makes the possibilities of a young person lower. So I would say that we have to also, as a public employment service, we also have to change to the situation that we cannot put our clients, especially our young clients, in the same framework that has been used in the years before, but we have to consider the changes that are going on in the labor market. For example, a lot of young people are not even interested in full-time jobs. They want part-time jobs, but that's right now, I would say that that is not the priority of the public employment service, because many of the employers are not accustomed to this yet. Also, they prefer having one person doing a full-time job instead of like 2 or 3 people doing it. But I think that is going to change, because the expectations of the young people entering the workforce are quite different from what we have been used to so far. Also, I would say young people are not actually so much kind of setting finding work as their primary objective. It is a thing they have to do to keep the level of their life, or live comfortable life, because as it was said before already, like our generations maybe have been working in the same field, or maybe at the same employer for years and years, but the expectations of young people are quite different. I think the statistics show that the ones who are entering the labor market right now, they probably won't stay, or they say that they won't stay in one one employer for more than like 2 or 3 years maybe, which is in the viewpoint of the employer, again, a difficult situation to handle, because if you put all the money, the effort into the person you take to work for you, and you train them, you school them, and that all goes in a sense to waste as an employer, because he or she leaves in 2 or 3 years, then it is a situation that you have to again deal with, and maybe change your politics, change the way you employ people. So yeah, these are my initial thoughts.
Thank you so much. So now we have finished the 2 rounds of questions about digitalization and the changing in labor market. So I see some interesting points. So if you have any questions or reflections about these 2 main topics, yeah, we have.
Thanks a lot. It was very interesting. I wanted to ask, based on your experience when interacting with the public employment services people, I mean, what's your understanding regarding the problems that the Youth Guarantee faces during its implementation? What the main, I mean, at least in countries of the Mediterranean, EU South, the Youth Guarantee is not overperforming, let's say. It's not distributing something meaningful and wide. Do you have any specific knowledge on that matter? What's the problem? of this?
So the youth guarantee, it's not, it's a framework, not a methodology. So first thing, European Commission says to all member states that they need to have a youth guarantee to 10 years ago in 2013, I guess. Because young people are more exposed to the crisis and to the unemployment after the crisis, which is true. But it's a framework. It's a common framework, not a methodology. So they don't say to the countries how to do it. They said, you need to tackle this problem, and each member state can act as they want. So in my vision, first problem is that there's no specific funds to the youth guarantee, because European Commission made the project, the framework, but didn't make a line of funding these activities. And so each member state act with the funds that they have to the public policy, in general public policies. So in my vision, this is a part of the problem. The other part of the problem is, I don't know in the other countries, but in Portugal, almost half of the young NEETs are not registered on the PES. So we cannot act on them because we don't know where they are, who they need, what they need. So this is another difficulty. Another difficulty is that the youth guarantee is an inter-ministerial approach. So we have almost 8 ministries involved in the youth guarantee, but the coordination is inside the PES. So the PES is the only responsible to give data to the European Commission. So there's a lack of, I don't know how to say it. I should be polite, but there's a lack of responsibility of each ministry inside this project, you know. And so almost all remains on the PES. I don't know if it's the same situation in Estonia and in Spain, because 2 months ago, we were evaluated by the European Commission here in Brussels, and almost all the countries have the same vision, that poor PES is the only one carrying this. So this is another difficulty. In my opinion, I think that the Youth Guarantee is a great project, but as I said before, the large spectrum approach has done what they can done. So we need a more local approach, a more specific approach. Even in Portugal, and we are a very, very small country, but we have a lot of the dissimilarities between different regions. We have a different need profile in Algarve due to the seasonality of the economy, the tourism, and etc. I think is the same thing in the south of Spain, maybe. We have a different situation on the islands, and we have another different situation in Alentejo, because it's a more is a market dominated by the agriculture. So there's a different profile of needs, a different profile of needs of these young people. So we need to approach not at a national level, with a national approach based, but with some flexibility and some diverse geometry in the arrangement of the different stakeholders, because they don't have to be the same in different regions. I don't know if I answered the question. So we need money and we need real engagement. So to be straight.
Because it's a very ambitious program on the other hand.
Yeah,
says that several months after graduation.
Yeah, 4 months. 4 months. And sorry. And some of these more vulnerable needs are not well prepared to receive the offer, because sometimes we have a lot of re-entrances on the youth guarantee because something went wrong on the process. So we have the need and we have the job offer, but sometimes the job offer is not aligned with expectations, with the skills, with the motivation of these people. So we need an early intervention. And I guess this early intervention should be done at a local level by the municipalities, with the social stakeholders, with it's like a psychosocial activation of the young need to be in good conditions to catch the offer. And we also need to work on the side of the market, because sometimes we don't have good offers of quality. Yeah, many times. So I think that we are always talking about the young needs, the young, but we should underline that we should act on the market too, because sometimes we need to engage the employers, because without job offers, we cannot have employment. So we need to work with employers also to prepare them to support this kind of people. So it's not only give them the offer, then we need to support this process, this transition. And I guess that the PES has not the resources to do this in the proper way. So.
Yeah, well, I agree with everything you said, because we were talking about it before. And I think that when we were trying to implement at the beginning the youth guarantee, we were trying to think about having active employment policies for every kind of need that we can have, starting from someone without any kind of education, without any idea of what they want, to a point where someone only may need, for example, a working experience, for example, trying to help them find a first experience with a company. So that's what we were trying to design, but to do so, it is really important, and it was said before that we work in coordination, cooperating with all municipalities, because it's really different in our case, for example, NEDs in Barcelona or NEDs in the Pyrenees. So we need to find solutions for them that are kind of tailor-made for them in their areas. This is really difficult for different things. This is some of the results that we got from the tracking project that were really interesting for us also to start thinking about new ways of doing some things. And something that it's really important also for us, it's engaging the companies. Now we are starting to work in dual training programs. And for us, it's really important for them to understand that they are part of the training process, that we need them in many ways. They have to be, if they are not finding, even if they don't have vacancies, there's a moment in which they are going to have to hire people. So they are part of this process. So this is something where also, I think it's part of our job, talking to companies and making them see that we need to work together to train these young people and to give them opportunities. So it's cooperation, it's working together, which I think it's gonna help us success in the youth guarantee implementation, and also to give opportunities to these people. It's very difficult sometimes, but I think that we shouldn't lose the focus on that.
I would say that maybe youth guarantee is too much concentrating on putting out fires, and maybe we should take a step back and more deal with prevention, like at the exact moment when there is a threat of a young person falling out of school or not engaging with the community, the environment in which he or she is in, that is the moment we already have to act, because that is a lot cheaper than dealing with the fire later on, right? So maybe more effort into career services, more effort into introducing young people to different aspects of labor market, different jobs, different fields, to help them make their decisions when choosing schools, to help them have motivation in life to strive for something. And maybe if there is like a hard socioeconomic background, then already deal with the families instead of waiting for them to become adults and help them then, because it's a lot more effective helping the young person with the environment or the people around him than to help him when he or she is alone. So yeah, prevention is probably the key.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Yeah. Yeah, we have time for one more. Sorry, Claudia, you can put the microphone. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Also, I thought you have the microphone. Sorry.
Okay. It was nice to hear about all these methods, new tools, and so on. It was nice to see and to have a confirmation about what we have in our policy brief about youth guarantee. When you have a lot of responsible agencies, ministries, and so on, at the end, you will finish not to have an efficient implementation, unfortunately. But what I would like to hear is how you work to empower young people to become your partners in defining new services, new tools, because it's about them at the end. And you know, when we discuss about policies, we discuss what we should do better, but only few times we discuss about how to empower young people to become our partners. Because at the end, maybe if we can empower them, they can be our ambassadors to the needs. Otherwise, for us, will be difficult to understand the attitude to work of the young generation, to understand what they need from our services. And yes, sometimes will be very difficult for us to offer them a good job offered in 4 months, because this means also to have skills, or to make reskilling or upskilling means more than 4 months. So how you try to empower them?
I think it's a very good question, but you have to answer shortly. So that's the only point. But
so let's try. We are trying to approach to the universities, because I'm an academic too. So I was an academic too. So I have this obligation. Now we have a partnership with the Youth Employment Observatory from ISCTE also. That are, and we are, we commended 4 studies. One of them is inquiring the young unemployed people that are in our register, because the other ones we don't know. What is the image of our services, what they want from us. So I'm expecting for the results. And we are honestly preoccupied with this. What can we change in our approach to young people? Another example is a project that we are trying to conduct with the intermunicipality communities of Alentejo also. Trying to study the mismatching between what the young people want to in the profile of competencies and the competencies that the employers of the same region want to or need to. And we are trying to get the financial support of the CCBR, of Alentejo. Let's try to start to involve, to engage all the stakeholders, the young people, the employers, the schools that are very, very difficult to engage in this project. I don't know why, because the but apparently it's the same thing in some other countries. The difficulties in engaging the education and the Ministry of Education in the Youth Guarantee. So we are trying to do this with schools, municipalities, employers, and young people, inquiring all the stakeholders to and try to develop a methodology of analyzing this mismatching. So let's see.
Well, I think that it's something that we are worried about, because we know that it's really difficult to make the young people come to the public employment services. For us, we always work when we are designing most of our active employment policies with the youth department. For us, it's our partner all along for all the implementation of the youth guarantee from the beginning. So this is something, because we have them there and they talk with young associations, etc. We are also in some tables with youth associations where we talk about, I don't know, all the policies we have, also trying to hear what they have to say, and also sometimes explaining why we cannot do something they are asking for. So just trying to have this dialogue sometimes in some of the tables we are all together. And now we are starting a project in which we want to, as a public employment service, we are funding mentors in different municipalities so that a person can have someone near them. And this person has also to talk to all the high schools and try to have a coordination with education to try to get into the high school, so they start knowing what happens after. You know, you are studying and maybe you don't know what to do, but maybe you can come and talk to us before dropping out on where you dropped out. So we are just trying to make us more visible in many ways, and trying to go where the young people are. At the beginning of the youth guarantee, we created like a figure called impulsors. They are people who were trying to foster the youth guarantee, and they were supposed to go, I don't know, to squares, to every high school or associations, to the places where young people were trying to explain youth guarantee, so that they knew that this was something that existed. The people doing this job were young people, so they also could relate to them. So we were just trying to find different ways to get to them, and we're just trying to keep going. But it's a challenge for us too. It's really difficult sometimes to get to them and to give them all the information about all the possibilities we have, all the programs and policies they have. So yeah, I think we have to keep on working on this field for sure.
Wow, you have a separate youth department at your base. Okay, that's cool. We don't. But speaking of the youth that most need our services, it's already difficult to get them to use these services. It's even more difficult to get them to think with us, to design these services according to their needs. So I think the biggest key, or the main thing that helps them get the maximum out of all the possibilities that we offer and are offered by other institutions, organizations, is that every young person in a need situation has to have a person who he or she trusts, like a specific support person. It can be like the worker at a base. It can be a youth worker, it can be a support specialist at a school, but he or she has to have one person who she trusts and who helps him or her through all these different situations, services, who explains it to him or her, and so on. But considering that, to me, it seems there are so many different like subgroups of young people. We cannot say that they are all the same in the need situation. They have like definitely there's some factors that are the same, but there are so many factors that are different. I would say there are more different factors than the same factors. So it kind of needs like tailor-made solutions, because you cannot just use one tool to fix all the problems. So yeah.
Thank you so much. So now we go for the final, the end of this session with the critical friend, in this case, Oscar from the University of Girona. So he will wrap up and summary some of the highlights of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. How many minutes do I have?
How many you want?
No, I can adjust to the time. Just
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So thank you all for being here this afternoon, because I think this is like a clear example on what we have achieved in this project, no? That we collaborate together, PES workers and PES services together with research. And that's an outstanding achievement that it is not common, let's say, in research in the field, no? And when I was listening Ruta before, no, it came to my mind the song "Why Can't Be Friends," the song, you know. And I think this is like a starting point in like a collaborative way, no, kind of friendship, let's say, between PES and research. But at the same time, we need to be honest, no, and be working together in what it works, what it doesn't work, to know the voices of youth, no? And I think we are all in this process of change, theory of change, of listening youth and listening what we have to do in order to improve our services. So we are all at the same stage, and I'm happy that to hear their comments. No? And one of the things that it was very difficult for us, but we achieved a lot, was the agreement with public employment services, legal agreements. And that was a big achievement in the short time of the project. For example, for us, for our Spain, in our case, was really good because we have, for example, not only the possibility to carry out the survey with youth, but also for getting a database with all youth registered in PES from 2019 to 2024. So we can see the intersectionality and many other things with the whole population. And that's really important for both sides, I think, no? And at the same time, another thing that we need to change in the approach, how we approach youth is, and we need to go a step further in this, it is how we move to a youth-centered active labor market policies, because we are trying to shift at least the narratives, but in the practicalities, there is a lot of resistance and a lot of challenges to carry out. No, one of the things that we saw in our qualitative fieldwork was that youth value warm and safe spaces in which they can feel comfortable, in which they can access to people of trust. In many rural places, these kind of relationships exist, but we need to think more about these spaces, how these spaces can promote the voice of youth, no? Their voices to rise, and how we can rethink training for youth from their needs, not only from the labor market niches and analysis, that it is the hegemonic, let's say, no, approach in the services, no, and we need to also to foster and to promote more social emotional aspects of active labor market policies, as you were mentioning, no, this close support to youth, because as we have seen that this is a clear impact to activate people, not in education nor in employment, no, not in employment nor in education or training. So and how we can do this? That's a question, no? Some of you talked about mentoring, but what mentoring? There are different types of mentorings, and I think mentoring, it's a word that has been used a lot for different meanings. I mean, we need to say, okay, what do you refer for mentoring? To have a mentor is someone which is close to you, that is working from an informal, like a friendship relationship with you during medium, long term to achieve some competencies and abilities, no, towards one goal, let's say, no? And this is a role that offices cannot do because the professionals are a little bit distant to youth. And maybe we need to reflect on new ways and new approaches to offer this kind of mentoring together, of course, to the services we offer to youth, but also to find innovative ways to do it. There are a lot of experiences about mentoring that can illuminate this, and I think it can contribute a lot to this field. And just wanted to finish because it's more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oscar. So thank you to the 3 representatives of the Public Employment Services and the institution, and also to Oscar about this wrap up. So now we have another coffee break. So I want to remind you that your accreditation, this QR, is your details of email. So if someone wants your details, he or she can scan and they will have your name, email, and institution. So it's a way for networking, last networking we have here. So we will come back at 3:30. Thank you. Okay, so we'll follow our conference. Now with the presentation of a special issue, inactive labor market policy and youth employment in European peripheries, an overview of the tracking special issue. So we will start with an overview of the special issue with Elena Marta. She is full professor of social psychology and community psychology at the Faculty of Catholic University of the Sacred Cuore in Milan and Brescia. Also president of the EduCat, of the Body for the Right Education of the Catholic University, director of Research Center of Community Development, member of the Managing Board of the Center of Higher Education International. So a high. So a very good researcher finally. So she will present the specialist. So no?
This one, Mariano. Okay. Okay, thank you for the presentation. And we are here, and we are near the conclusion of this long, but we hope fruitful and interesting day. And so before to the conclusion, we would like to present this special issue. The editors are Francisco Chimois and Jael Tosun, and as you read, the journal in which the special issue is published, Politics Governance. This special issue is one of the project deliverables, and the goal of this special issue, I think it's really clear. The idea is to share some ideas, to facilitate the sharing and the discussion of ideas, data, reflection, theoretical framework. About what? About the condition of vulnerable young people in rural areas, especially needs, considering their condition, different aspects of their condition, and also their relationship with the labor market and how the labor market and the services are developed considering their needs, considering their situation, and also considering the idea of having young people participating in the development of politics, programs, and intervention. So our ambition is also to give some ideas about about how put the young people in the center of these politics, researchers, and the programs, especially in this moment, considering the dual transition and especially digitalization. As you can see in this slide, this special issue covers a lot of topics, give a very different insight of the condition of young people in vulnerable situation, especially needs in rural area. And here there are a summary of this topic, the functioning of PES during the pandemic crisis, and especially, as I thought before, considering digitalization, youth guarantee, and different relationship with other topics, informal work, a kind of evaluation of youth guarantee, the characteristic of needs during the application of youth guarantee, and the different way of the interpretation of youth guarantee and the translation of youth guarantee. We heard it's not a methodology, it's a framework. So each country's interpreted the translation in action, considering their condition and the cultural situation. The school to work transition and the integration or integration in the labor market, the well-being and the social exclusion of rural needs, and in general, vulnerable young people in rural area, and some factors that could determine the perception of the young people themselves as an unemployment person, and the factors that may promote or not the re-enters of these young people in the labor market. So, as you can see, the focus is on young people, on the services, on the social condition, trying to consider all together. And I would like to remember that our framework was the bioecological model. So a very large model, a framework that is a theoretical one, but also a way to translate in action a theoretical perspective, considering the link and the relationship between different levels, intersectionality, but also this systematic view of the situation of needs, and especially about people that are working with needs and for needs in order to make them in a better condition. The special issue is composed of 13 articles. Some of them, the ones that are in this slide, are papers authored by the group of the working group of the project. And in this morning and also in this afternoon, you heard some of the main results of the different working packaging. Not only people involved as a university in the working packaging, but also the partner of tracking projects such as HILO. And you can see, considering this article, the focus on the PES, the Public Employment Services Action, the efforts to give a theoretical framework in order to read the relationship between young people and the public employment services, and also to offer some insights to the officer of public employment services, the link between youth guarantee and some aspects of their condition. In this slide, you have the other papers that are authored by colleagues that answer to the call we disseminate when the idea of this special issue was developed. And with this paper, we can cover a very large number of countries in Europe and enrich the topic of the tracking project that is focused on the digitalization in public employment services and how young people relate with these services. So you can see, I don't want to read, you can see, and then you can also see on the site of the journal, all the paper, because they are in open access, so you can access and see the papers, the different topics and the different countries, and really see how we cover a large part of Europe and really different topics. What we expected? We expected that these special issues is not only one of the special issues. It's a dream. We are perhaps ambitious, but we hope that these special issues could be a tool, an instrument, could be really a scientific forum, an instrument to promote discussion, to promote action, to promote networking, This is our dream and idea. And we think that considering the geographic diversity and the different topics, this could be, I mean, we hope, but we think that this could be an instrument for different actors, stakeholders, researcher, and policymaker. So in our idea, this special issue could be a kind of lighthouse for future research, a research that, as I said before, can consider the young people in the center of the bioecological model in relationship with all the relational context and especially with the public employment services, and also a source of inspiration for evidence-based policies and program. Claudia Petrescu said that we studied the evidence-based research regarding programs, and also how the policies are developed considering the evidence-based research. And the result was a little bit depressing because there are a lot of ideas, but not based on evidence-based results. And this is a pity because all the ideas are good, but they need to be evaluated and they need to be proved with the reality, the different reality in the different countries of Europe. And we hope that this special issue could help also who are engaged in the application of the new youth guarantee in order to better develop the action that could be effective for the well-being of young people. We hope also to have an impact, not only outcomes, but an impact on all the people that are working for, but especially with young people. So policymakers, stakeholders, the civil society, especially for the aim of our project. So especially for the development of public employment services, the support of the action of public employment services that we heard are doing a very strong, hard, and wonderful work, and sometimes they are not so well evaluated. And so I think that we can be friends from this point of view. And also for digital inequalities, because this is a topic. Digitalization, it's a tool, could be good, could be a challenge, could be a risk. So it's important also to develop a digitalization that is inclusive, that is against inequalities, that can manage inequalities, and also to promote the integration of young people in the labor market, integration or reintegration. It's an overview. I hope now you are curious to see the articles, the papers, and that this evening a lot of people will see, not this evening, San Francisco, tomorrow. We'll visit the site of the journal of the Politics and Governance and see all this article. But because we would like to give you an example of these papers, we invited the two of the authors of this paper to present their work. And now I give the floor to Mariano for the presentation of these colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leila. So now we will present two examples of the special issue paper with Niall and Rogero. First, we will have Niall O'Higgins, from the International Labour Organization. This is one of the expertise partners we have in the project. He's from Florence, a senior research specialist in the International Labour Organization Employment Analysis Unit. He's one of the main authors of the ILO, the biennial Global Employment Trends for Youth. And other recent publications include books in entrepreneurship and youth employment policy. So now we give the floor to Niall.
Thanks very much. Young NEETs are not unified by what they are, but rather by what they're not. And that brings with it the implication that NEET heterogeneity, the differences amongst young NEET, is pretty fundamental to any kind of policy response. That underlies the analysis that I did with Kate Brockie, who actually was an intern with me. So I guess she was doing practical side of things of an integration mechanism. Heterogeneity of NEET and also vulnerability to social exclusion. That lies at the heart, and how this varies over time and space. So I think we all know, I don't know whether it's superfluous to go through this, but the whole policy framework, Youth Guarantee framework, was developed in order to meet the challenge that young NEETs are particularly at risk of social and economic exclusion. It underlines the whole policy approach to intervene before young people have been NEET for more than 4 months. And in 2013, indeed, the European Commission launched the Youth Guarantee. And in 2020, it was subsequently relaunched or reinvigorated with the reinforced Youth Guarantee, extending the reach in terms of the age group, but also in terms of a greater focus on outreach, which is great relevance to what I'm going to talk about. Anyway, the analysis we did is concerned with 3 countries, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, and uses LFS and EU SILT data over the period 2015-2021. These 3 countries, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, are typically classified or have long been classified as part of a sub-protective Mediterranean regime characterized by high youth unemployment and problematic transition to employment, and also precarity in employment once gained. As I mentioned, the focus here is on NEET heterogeneity. So we use the Eurofound 7-fold breakdown of NEET young people. So first of all, we look at the determinants of NEET and of the belonging to NEET subgroups. Then we look at the risk of poverty and social inclusion experienced by different subgroups of NEET youth. And then we look at the degree of engagement of NEETs with public employment services. And from these 3 analyses, we seek to say something about the Youth Guarantee and where maybe a future-looking policy intervention needs to focus. So, in general terms, during the period of the Youth Guarantee, NEET rates have done pretty well. They've come down quite a lot across the EU, and even more so in these 3 countries, typically characterized as problematic countries, if you like. NEET rates have fallen more than the EU average. However, the reductions in the NEET rates are largely both at the EU level as a whole and as regards these 3 countries are all to do with reductions in youth unemployment. Okay, and the share of young people who are NEET but outside the labor force has remained pretty much constant in all 3 countries and in the EU as a whole. And that is an important notification. So the Youth Guarantee, and here we see evaluations of the Youth Guarantee are rather complicated. It's rather difficult to identify appropriately the impact of the Youth Guarantee on youth NEET. But here we have a sort of rough and ready difference in difference, which suggests by looking at the ratio of NEET rates amongst young NEETs in the Youth Guarantee range with those a little older, 30 to 34, we see that the ratio has come down. This implies that NEET rates have fallen more amongst young people within the range of the Youth Guarantee than those older. And so this is supportive evidence, let's say broadly supportive evidence that maybe the Youth Guarantee did help bring down the NEET rates. What we then did was look at the NEET status, the determinants of NEET status, I would emphasize in particular what the 2 points which are illustrated in the figure, that for all 3 countries, the likelihood of NEET status increases with age and falls with educational attainment. There's been a slight variation over time, but it's not, these are the key factors determining reductions or increases in the NEET rate. So, excuse me. Unfortunately, we don't know. There's a thing underneath. Okay, so basically, NEET rates increase with age and reduce with educational attainment. That's relatively stable over time. NEET rates a bit higher amongst young women and a bit higher amongst young migrants, and that's remained pretty stable, but it is a smaller, let's say, significance in terms of NEET rates themselves. But here we get to the point, or start to get to the point. NEET rates can be, NEETs can usefully be divided up into different sources. The Eurofound 7-fold categorization has 3 subgroups of NEET, which are in the labor market, basically the unemployed and re-entrants, and then 4 groups which are outside the labor market. Discouraged NEETs who have stopped looking for work, NEETs who are there due to family responsibilities, and this is primarily women, of course, NEETs due to illness and disability, and NEETs due to other reasons. What we go on to do is look at the relationship between these groups and vulnerability to social exclusion. So in terms of what happened numerically, over time, basically, there was a big reduction in unemployment, and in particular, in long-term unemployment. Whereas other groups, the groups out of the labor market, there was a bit of variation, but basically have remained very stable in all 3 countries. One thing worth noting, there is a residual group of NEETs. There is NEETs discouraged and so on, the family with the illness and disability, and then there's other. And this group has actually grown in these 3 countries quite significantly. In Italy, it's now almost 50% of NEETs. And that certainly, by way of passing, I'd mentioned that we need to look a bit more carefully about who those young people are. There's very varied degrees of vulnerability amongst them. Okay, so we did the econometric multinomial logic model of the terms of subgroup membership. Here too, we find that as age increases, the probability of being in the more intractable forms of NEET, long-term unemployment, and for women being NEET due to family responsibilities also increases. So rather like the NEET rates itself, this is reflected also as regards age. And as educational attainment increases, long-term unemployment of being NEET due to illness and disability, or being NEET due to family responsibilities, all decrease. So one has a rather similar pattern in terms of the incidence, the prevalence of NEET itself, and the prevalence in specific groups, the association between, let's say, negative, less positive characteristics and more intractable forms of NEET. We then looked at the Europa indicator. That is an indicator defined by Eurostat of risk of social exclusion, and based on a risk of poverty and material deprivation and low work intensity of households. I won't, but basically it's a way of calculating the risk of social exclusion, poverty and social exclusion amongst young people. And when we go and look at that, we see that the group, for all 3 countries, the subgroup of young people who have the highest risk of social exclusion are young women with family responsibilities. Okay, in general, we can see clearly the top 2 bars in each country, case of each country, are those in employment, and young people in employment and young people in education. They have much lower. So all NEETs, if you like, tend to have a higher risk of social exclusion, but this is particularly pronounced amongst young women with young people, but that is essentially young women with family responsibilities. Okay, so that is a fairly significant part. We did it econometrically, one can see the marginal effects. So essentially, social exclusion and vulnerability to social exclusion is largely associated with long-term unemployed and needs due to family responsibilities. The third element of our analysis concerns engagement with the public employment services. In general, this has fallen over time, and that has a lot to do with the reductions in unemployment, because as we can see, the tendency to engage with public employment services is much higher naturally amongst the unemployed, because by definition, unemployed young people are actively looking for work. What we see that the NEETs here, due to family responsibilities, have a very, very low engagement with public employment services. So the subgroups of NEETs who are most vulnerable to poverty or social exclusion are those who are least likely to register. And that's really the point, especially young women with family responsibilities. They're most vulnerable and most least likely to register with the public employment services. The econometric model we did confirms this, but it also identifies needs due to illness and disability as a particularly vulnerable, particularly unlikely to register with public employment services. On the other, more positive side, less educated NEETs are more likely to register with. So it's a mildly positive sign is there that the less educated are more likely to engage with public employment services. Anyway, to sum it all up, youth employment policy, that is the youth guarantee in Europe, since 2013 has been predicated on the need to intervene early in order to prevent long-term economic social exclusion of young people. And indeed, we saw that between 2013 and 2022, NEET rates fell rapidly in Italy, Portugal, and Spain, but not amongst the young NEETs outside the labour force. Engagement with the public employment service is low for the most vulnerable NEET subgroups outside the labour market, especially young women with family responsibilities. Between 2015 and 2021, you'll have to take it or go and read the paper. I didn't show it here, but between 2015 and 21, their vulnerability actually increased in Italy and Portugal, and the likelihood of the registering with the public employment service is actually fallen. So if you like, there's a clear worsening of the situation of young women with family responsibilities. So clearly, the bottom line is that greater emphasis is needed on understanding and removing the barriers to labour force participation for specific NEET groups, i.e. young women, primarily young women with family responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Niall. So now we go for the other example of the special issue with Ruggiero Cefalo from the University of Vienna in Austria. Ruggiero is assistant professor in sociology and comparative welfare policies at the Department of Sociology at the University of Vienna. He teaches sociology of youth, comparative social policies, methods of social research, urban sociology, and the research interest is in school to work, transition, social policies, multi-level governance, spatial disparities, and youth study. And he's involved in several international comparative projects on lifelong learning, youth employment, and territorial cohesion. So the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Okay. So, first of all, thanks a lot for having me here. I would like to start with congratulate myself for the impressive results of the tracking project. It was also a very interesting day, a very intense day. So I will try my best to finish it with my presentation that relates to this paper that we published in the special issue edited by Francisco and Jael, Territorial Configuration of School-to-Work Transitions in Europe. Now, as you can see, the paper has to do mainly with two elements. On the one hand, we have the territorial inequalities, and on the other hand, we have school-to-work transitions in terms of a topic. Of course, the relationship between these two elements is quite obvious if you want in a setting like this, in a conference like this, with respect to a project like the Track-In. But our point is, this is not necessarily the case in research on school-to-work transition. And this is going to be my start today. So I will briefly start from this territorial gap, so this lack of research on subnational territories in analysis, in comparative analysis of school-to-work transition. I will present some of our descriptive results that relate to territorial configurations of youth in transition over time and space. And then I will close my presentation with some reflection on the concept of geography of unequal opportunities. First of all, as a general idea, in comparative analysis on social policies, on youth labor market integration, on school-to-work transition, we see that the main trend is the comparison among countries, among groups of countries, among systems of transition. We know much less on what happens below the country level in terms of subnational variation. And our main argument is that there is quite some interesting information that we need to research upon in order to complement national level analysis. So here, this is just an illustration of what we are saying. And this is a simple plot of the NEET rates by European countries in 2019 by NUTS2 regions. And what you can see are the dots. The dots represent the NUTS2. And of course, what we see is a huge variation below country level, in this case, at regional level. For some countries, the variation is wider, for some countries is smaller, but it is a part of the story. It is a source of information that, in our opinion, we need to get deeper into. So from this starting point, our idea in the paper was to attempt a systematic comparative overview of school-to-work transition outcomes in European regions. Our goal was rather explorative, descriptive, if you want. So we were interested in identifying groups of regions and not interested in identified effects, determinants of transition, determinants of integration. So we need to keep in mind this. In order to proceed with the investigation, we constructed the database with indicators that relate to the outcomes of school-to-work transitions at the regional level. The level of territorial disaggregation in this case was the NUTS2, so regions. And we collected this data for the time frame between 2007 and 2019. Getting a bit more specific in terms of the indicators that we considered, well, we looked at the educational attainment of young people by ISCED level. So share of low educated, share of medium or upper and secondary educated, share of tertiary educated young people. Then we looked at the employment rate of young people, again, by ISCED level. So employment rate for low educated, for medium educated, and for tertiary educated. And then we included in the analysis some wide proxies for the territorial context. So for some characteristics of the region in terms of the GDP per capita, we used the number of scientists and engineers on the active population, which is a proxy used by Eurostat for the regional specialization. And we looked at the total population change. These are the questions, more specifically, that we looked into. So we wanted to understand if we could identify differences among groups of regions and differences also in patterns over time. In order to answer to this question, we performed two different cluster analysis, one with the average values on the period, and on the other one on the rate of change over the period considered. And in both cases, the cluster analysis converge into 4 groups that I've mapped out here. So on this side, we have the groups of region by average of school to work transition outcomes. On this side, you have the groups of region by trajectory, so by change over time between 2007 and 2019. Now, for time purposes, and in order not to put too many things on the table, I will focus on this side. So I will focus on the groups of region and 4 groups of regions by average. And I will proceed with trying to describe the profiles of these groups. So what you see here are the 4 groups, the variables or indicators that we use related to educational attainment, employment outcomes, and territorial context, and the performance with respect of the average of all the regions. This is in this way, we can try to identify and single out the combination of characteristics, of common characteristics that make a group similar internally and dissimilar with respect to the other groups. So first of all, we identified a group that we labeled as low skills equilibrium group. And this group, as you can see, is characterized by disadvantaged conditions for young people. So there is a much higher share of low educated young people. And this goes together with disadvantaged employment outcomes. That is to say, low or way lower than average employment rates, especially for upper secondary and for higher educated, higher NEET rates as a consequence. The second group shows a quite different profile. And here we can see that in this group that we labeled as strong knowledge economy, we have a high share of high educated young people. So tertiary education is strongly diffused. This goes together with some favorable characteristics of the economic context in terms of regional GDP, in terms of share of scientists and engineers, and in terms of population change. So these territories seem to be attracted population over the period. Then we have the group that actually performed at best in terms of the integration of young people on the labor market. And here we can see that there is a strong integration, especially for medium and high qualified, a very low NEET rate, way below average. And this goes together with a high share of medium or upper secondary educated, which typically we will see is combined with situations in which vocational education and training as intermediate level of education is particularly strong in connecting labor market and education system. And then we have a less numerous group that you will see is geographically condensed and displays some mixed characteristics. So we have some signs of dynamic labor markets that create opportunities, but also of a not particularly qualified labor market for young people. Now, let's go back to the map and let's try to identify these groups on the map. And as you can see, the first group, the group related to disadvantageous condition, so low skills equilibrium, well, this group is mostly composed by regions from the south of Europe, especially south of Spain, south of Italy, Greece, but also from certain Eastern European regions. The second group, the strong knowledge economy group, is more geographically dispersed. We have regions, for instance, Spain and France, but also in the Scandinavian countries, also in the Baltic states. It is interesting to note and to mark that some of these regions are quite dynamic or metropolitan areas that display a dynamic economic system. It is the case of Catalonia. This is the case of the region of Madrid, of the region of Paris, of the region of Sofia, Bucharest, London as well, although you cannot see it because it's quite small in the picture. Instead, the third group, strong labor market integration, is quite geographically concentrated in Central Europe and is mostly composed by regions from Germany and Austria. That is to say, countries that, as I was saying before, are, as a strong characteristic, a very well-developed vocational education and training system that is quite effective in connecting education and the labor market, and so giving opportunities to young people in the passage from school to the labor market. And then the fourth group, as we can see, is quite geographically condensed, as it mostly relates to the UK, with the exception, however, of London. Now, what's the message? What's the final idea related to this display? Well, in order to go to the conclusion, I would like to elaborate on some further results. What you can see here is a simple cross-tabulation of the two cluster analysis. So we have the group according to the moving average, to the average, and the groups according to the rate of change. Now, what I want to put your attention to is this contrasting pattern that we see. What we see is that around 100 regions exhibit this contrast in terms of levels and trajectories. So on the one side, we have regions characterized by strong labor market integration for young people. And these regions also displayed an upward trajectory, sort of an improving trajectory in terms of integration, in terms of knowledge-intensive growth as a wide proxy. On the other hand, we see a group composed by regions characterized by low skills equilibrium that, however, displayed a downward trend over the time considered. So this is a very descriptive, a very exploratory sign, if you want, of divergence, of territories going into different directions. And it is a sign of a persistence, an equal geography of opportunity that, in our opinion, should be addressed more both in terms of research and in terms of policymaking. Because if you go from the aggregate to the individual level, all this is related to the idea that the place where I live has an impact in terms of opening or closing some of the opportunities for me in terms of labor market participation, but also in terms of family formation, in terms of social, political participation. And therefore, these differences that we see, these territorial differences, should be, in our opinion, higher in both research and policymakers' priorities. I would close here. If you want more information, of course, you can go and read the paper. And here there are also some other connected references on this topic that we've been working upon in the last years with my colleague, Rosario Scandura and Yuri Kazev. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So you can remain here, and Elena, if you want to stay also for the question and answer session, because probably some question about the special issue. I don't know. Okay, so now your questions about these very interesting papers about needs to perspective, different perspectives, but I think it's very interesting paper. So now your turn for more details or comments. Okay, so.
No, so thanks a lot for this really super interesting insights. I have a question, of course, to Neil. Did you have the possibility to explore a little bit more also the intersection of, you know, like a mother and being a migrant? Did you look at it, or I know it's difficult with the data, but I think it pins into what I said before. I mean, I could imagine that your findings would even be higher if you would look at this.
I mean, the quick answer is that, yeah, there was some, we didn't go into this in any detail, but there were some interesting emerging findings. But I think the main thing that, I mean, the analysis itself doesn't go very far. So it's more suggestive than conclusive in terms of, it's sort of, I think it's sort of, hopefully it can be a stimulus to further work, because in order to really get into these interactions, one really need to analyze the interactions themselves, not just this sort of the overriding things. But yeah, I mean, there was some interesting patterns that I didn't understand, but we didn't emphasize it but it's there.
Thank you. So more questions?
I have a question for.
Oh,
I have a question
sure.
Yeah, curiosity. I mean, it's very, very interesting analysis indeed. And so you basically, the bottom line is that there's increasing polarization, or if you like, or increasing inequalities. But what purely technical issue, I wonder why you define the employment outcomes on 20 to 34-year-olds, not 25 to 34-year-olds, because you get this kind of messiness with the educational attainment and employment of the 20 to 24-year-olds. So I presume maybe there's a reason. I assume maybe it doesn't make very much difference, but
yeah. So with the age range in this case is always tricky, because in this case we used also aggregated indicators. Therefore, with age range, it's always difficult to find, let's say, perfect connection. What we try to do is to limit the differences in the characteristics of the education system. Therefore, our choice was to exclude 15 to 19, basically, and go 2034 or 2534. In this case, I suppose is because of the dimension of the subset of the sample that the aggregation provided was 2034 and 2534. It was not possible to go 2034 and 2034 for both.
Thank you. More questions? No questions? Yeah, two very interesting perspective about territories and equality. So I think it's two very interesting perspective to more in-depth research. Yeah.
I was just thinking, is there like any correlation between? I was just thinking that is there any correlation between the Gini coefficient or the Gini index and the inequalities of different regions? Are they like are the trends the same, like where there is more inequality in incomes, generally speaking, than the inequality of how are living in one region or being born in that region affects the young person? If you get what I mean.
Yeah. Thanks, and this is a very interesting question. We couldn't find a reliable regional measure of Gini, of the Gini index, that was comparable across all European regions. Therefore, we are a bit stuck, if you want, with the GDP. That tends to correlate with positive outcomes in terms of employment. Here, I think one of the issues is what came also today during the keynote presentation. So the possibility to go in deep with territorialized data that cover all European regions is at the moment quite limited, because of course you need a survey that has critical mass in order to get representative also at the sub-national level. And at the moment, this is true for the LFS, labor force survey, but not for all the countries. Therefore, not all the informations are available. Also in terms of the regional statistical accounts that are available, we didn't find the Gini at the regional level. I agree that would be a pretty interesting direction to look into, to get into a bit more fine-grained analysis, if you want.
Thank you. We have some minutes for more questions, although don't be shy. Okay. Okay. So we have no more questions, so we can finish here. So thank you so much for presenting your papers, presenting the special issue to the three presenters. And in 5 minutes, we will wrap up the session with the last but not least presentation from Francisco. So 5 minutes and we go. Thank you.
You go first. And then, well, a brief comment from your side. Okay. And we're done.
Okay, so we will now have the final session. ending the project, finally. Final conference, finish the presentation and finish the project. But I think it's only, and this is why we have this session, the beginning of more things. So that's why we have here our coordinator, Francisco Simoes, PhD in psychology at the University of Coimbra, assistant researcher and full member of the Center of Social Research and Intervention at University Institute of Lisbon, also chair of the COSACTION Rural Needs Youth Network, and member of the coordination group of the EU Rural Pact that he mentioned earlier, initiative of the European Commission. Currently, he's the principal investigator of this project tracking, funded by the EU grants and Norway grants. He research focus on psychosocial aspect of adolescent social development and well-being, social support, youth mentoring, youth mobilities, or rural needs profile. And he's also co-authored more than 60 international peer-review papers, chapters, and reports. So, Francisco, the floor is yours.
Well, we're not done, Mariano. We have the report. Gianluca, when you told that we were done, Gianluca's eyes just opened up in the sense that, yeah, we still have the report to deliver. But that comes next. Not tonight. Not tonight. Okay, so I know for sure how your emotions are right now as a psychologist. You know that I give tremendous importance to how you feel and how your nonverbal communication shows how you feel. It looks a bit like this right now. It has been a very, very long day, a very intense day. So it's hard to still have to listen to one more presentation and one more comment. So I will try to make this as short as possible, but I will have to start with some notes or some remarks on the discussions today. So and you did not make this easier in terms of making it short. I really challenged you to have fruitful discussions, to bring in new ideas, but you kind of exaggerated in a good sense. So some notes that I have here that I would like to share with you as probably a common ground for future development. Something that really was really interesting for me in terms of the discussions was the fact that it seems that we have an implicit agreement that we have to change the concepts that we are using in this field of the school-to-work transition, being that school-to-work transition maybe is already a 20th century concept. We have read other colleagues such as Valentina Kuzokre and others talking about yo-yo transitions and so many new conceptions about or conceptualizations about the school-to-work transition. And I think the struggle has to do with the fact that we want to work more on the intersection between becoming a worker and decent jobs. We haven't seen enough public discussion on how we address the quality of jobs for young people. And I think that discussion today was very evident, but it's still a bit implicit. So I think we need a new concept for the transition issue, and a concept that lands on decent jobs and not on having a contract, period. And that's something that for us at the research level, we have to change. We have to change those concepts and to start to integrate those two agendas. I think we haven't done enough to achieve that. We also had a very, very lively debate on universal active labor market policies and targeted policies in this domain, and how we reach out to policymakers. We at the Tracking Project made a huge effort to conduct parliamentary hearings in each of the beneficiary countries, and we managed to do that. We even managed to have a parliamentary hearing in a country that was not a beneficiary country, in Germany, at the regional level. So we kind of started a debate with several MEPs and on how we need more targeted policies, not policies that will exclude people or stigmatized, but policies, as Stephanie was mentioning today, that start to intersect the different identities and realities of subgroups of needs in rural areas. Something else that I think was very clear from our discussions today is that we need to move from bureaucratic approaches from public employment services to human-centered approaches. And I'm going to talk a bit about that in more detail, overviewing and highlighting our results today. And it was very interesting to see how people here representing the public employment services were also discussing on the role, starting this discussion on the role of young people co-designing the services. How can they be engaged? It's more than running surveys only, but it's a good starting point. It's very demanding, but I do think that our results also show, and what we want to do in the future is also aligned with that. And finally, just one last note related to this final panel. And this is something that who works on in research and even professionals on the ground feel is that, well, Eurostat is a good starting point, but it's not enough. We really need new indicators that show not only the intersections between different identities, different realities, but also enable multi-level analysis across different types of territory. So that's a very demanding agenda, but it's your fault. You're the ones that raised all these questions, and very well in your discussions today. So I would just like to remind you of what brought us together and offer an overview of the project. So we started with 3 main challenges to address. One, more at the policies level, and this in 2020, when we submitted the project, we felt that there was this mismatch between broadband policies such as the Youth Guarantee and then what was happening on the ground in rural territories, how these initiatives that were rooted on the Youth Guarantee were addressing rural young people. So this was the first challenge that we targeted. And the second one was an overall lack of impact studies, and impact studies involving young people's perceptions about how public employment services addressed young people in rural areas. And finally, a third one coming out directly from the pandemic. So we felt that there was this pressure to digitalize everything, including public employment services, and we were not sure what would be the consequences for that. Although we agreed that there were pros and cons, but we didn't know which pros and cons. So we tried to address that throughout our project that is now finishing. And our vision was to create this multi-level evaluation model based on the bioecological model. So looking at the macro level of the policies, the intermediate levels of communities and services, but also at the individual level, young people themselves, their perceptions, how they interact with all these levels of influence. And to do so in different countries, in different geographies, from the south to the Baltic to the southeastern states. And our intention was to inform, to feed this vision through a multidisciplinary network. So we have very different backgrounds in the team, a well-established meta-theoretical model, the bioecological model, where we could fit all the different factors that we could analyze throughout the project, and then a hybrid, robust methodological approach involving multiple methods, qualitative, quantitative, etc. So what did we achieve? These are some just raw numbers. From the scientific level or the scientific point of view, we ended up submitting or publishing 9 papers. One was accepted yesterday, as Claudia was mentioning, our paper on policies. It was a long process, but now it's done and accepted. We involved more than 2,500 rural needs in the impact study. And until October 23, we had involved more than 500 researchers in the different activities that we developed during the project. But also very important at the stakeholders level, I think it is important to highlight some of our outcomes. And we did publish a policy brief that was also a basis for the interactions with especially policymakers. And other elements that we have developed, such as fact sheets, were really important to conduct national and regional parliamentary hearings. So we're at the point that the project will finish, but we still have to deliver these results to those stakeholders. So that's something, Gianluca, that we will invest in the next months. We are still trying to organize a parliamentary hearing in the EU Parliament. We have been back and forth with contacts on this. So we'll do our best also to achieve this. But what are the main takeaway lessons? And I think this is the most important thing. Of course, we can publish 100 papers and people couldn't care less about it. So let's try to summarize the lessons. At the policies level, I think it is important to see that our results show that there is a little consensus on the definitive age group at which needs should be involved in the programs and initiatives developed for them. And through what Claudia mentioned this morning, we could also see that there's still a big connection between what we call the welfare regimes and how the rollout of the programs shows in the end. So that's something that we still need to address. At the services level, which corresponds roughly to work package 2, and Sophia mentioned or described this in the results in the morning, we still see that there are several issues to address. One of them being how digitalization is included in the process and how we nurture trust in institutions. Two very brief notes on digitalization. We have also published a theoretical model about the digitalization of public employment services. It is very clear that there are advantages, as Sophia mentioned, in terms of, for instance, reach out to young people, trying to make the services more less dependent on face-to-face interactions. That can be an advantage. The problem is that the few reports on digitalization of public services in general and of public employment services in particular show that for vulnerable groups, they still need face-to-face interactions and quality of support. And a very important element of our project was to demonstrate through Work Package 3 that at the individual level, having available public employment services contribute to the well-being in terms of life satisfaction of young people in rural areas. And the second one is to show that the different elements or different dimensions of support, whether it's more practical support, emotional support, all of them contribute to the activation of rural needs. So face-to-face interactions, being available in a more humane way is still important. It is more important for vulnerable groups. So I think this takeaway message is very important in a time that the rollout of investments is to digitalize everything. If you go to for instance, the recovery and resilience plans across Europe, what we will see for public administration is 3 trends: digitalization, and the third one is, well done. Yes. So we have to really pass this message that there's a need for a balance in terms of the kind of support we offer to vulnerable young people, especially in rural areas. So now we want to take this to the next level. And what I would like to share with you briefly is how are we going to do it? Because we wrote down in the the proposal, that we would create something for the future. Of course, we were lying because it's very general. We didn't explain very well. But then we reflected on this inside this project and in a broader network called the Rural Needs Youth Network, which is a cost action supported by the EU. And we decided to create an observatory. So this is a research-led association that is going to focus on all aspects of rural young people. And I would like to start by who we are. And this research-oriented association is supposed to be open not only to researchers, but to all kinds of stakeholders, and of course, young people and young people representatives. We want to have an inclusive approach to the social inclusion of young people, not only from the research side, but bringing together to cooperate, as we were discussing this afternoon. So this is the step ahead. And what is driving us? So we are committed to move rural youth forward, as I said, in many, many ways. And to do that, first of all, we want to have this diverse stakeholder involvement across different countries, EU and non-EU members. We have several non-EU members already involved in the observatory, which, by the way, has been created, I don't know, Tatiana, 3 weeks ago, probably. Yeah, so it's official, just for you to know. Huh? You can register to foster knowledge, skills, and best practices exchange, to continue to support open access knowledge and provide that to any interested stakeholders, and to inform them to also participate on the development of evidence-based policies and programs. Why do we think this vision is important? Well, I think many of the presentations today highlighted that. From our perspective, we see these massive trends at the macro level, such as, of course, digitalization, cyclical economic crisis that are becoming a bit the new normal in a strange way, the rise of populism. All these trends will have massive impacts on rural communities at large and in rural young generations specifically. Then at least at the institutional level, we still see that services dealing with limited resources, shortages of staff, limited autonomy. I think that's something that came out from the discussions today, how flexibility throughout states, for instance, to implement youth guarantee does not guarantee that then regions and localities, municipalities have enough resources. At the communities level, we see this continuous shrinking of young population, but not everywhere. This is a curious note that I would like to share. In some countries, the rural population, young rural population between 15 and 29 is actually increasing. And this is something that I would like to discuss later, maybe after dinner. And later tomorrow. And at the individual level, of course, worse academic achievement, higher risk of unemployment, etc. So all of these questions, multi-level questions, show that this observatory is relevant, and our work is relevant. So to meet these goals, we think we can work at 4 different levels: research, consulting and development, working together with public authorities, NGOs, international networks, and position our knowledge in the future to inform their initiatives. Also training, with a focus on young researchers. That's something that from the beginning we have promoted and we want to continue to promote. And of course, dissemination of our results through all kinds of media, from social media to classic or traditional media. Our organization reflects a lot the still ongoing cost action, but we will work on 4 thematic groups: social inclusion, education, formal and non-formal, employment and employment services, and sustainability. So a wider group on sustainability trends and how this is affecting rural communities. Forget the 5th one, that was just a coordination group for cost. Now we will focus on these 4. And I would also like to mention, based on this, what's coming ahead. So we have some plans, some ideas besides creating an association. That's already enough, but we're not satisfied with that. So first of all, as I mentioned, we are involved in already in some EU initiatives, together with EU stakeholders such as DG Agri, DG Regio, and others, such as the EU Rural Pact. I really do encourage you to get involved and to get to know a bit more about the pact, because it really is an interesting effort from the European Commission to promote policy coordination for all areas. So that's a starting point, and I think it at least deserves some attention, and our contribution will be for sure there. Then we have last week submitted the proposal for the Cost Innovators Grant. Our idea is to develop a forecasting model with new indicators for young people provided by our network. I'm not going into details, but that's submitted. Let's see what comes out of that. We're positive. And we're just finishing a horizontal proposal on social services. And strange enough, I was laughing with Elena because we talked a lot about coordination. Our topic is on the coordination of services to facilitate school to work transition in rural areas. So to see how employment, education, welfare, and health combine their efforts to support young people and facilitate their integration in rural areas. And then also a strategic plan for the observatory that we expect to deliver next month. And who knows more than this, huh? Under the EU, EA and ORE grants. Let's see if that's possible. I think the framework did provide a good environment to develop important ideas. Well, what keeps us running? I think it's this, a sense of community and delivery as a group. And based on this, I think it's time, before I pass the ball to Yasmin, to announce our prizes, because we have some prizes. First, I would like to acknowledge all the involvement of all the team. But as a coordinator, I have to say that some people did excel, I'm sorry to say. And this is very personal selection, but it is a quiz as well. So at least for the people that were involved in the project, I think that very easily you will guess who is winning the different prizes. Okay, so the first one is for this category. You will never find such a good multitasker. Who is the multitasker? Mariano. Is it Mariano? Everyone agrees with Elena. He takes the prize. And from communication to graphic design to everything, name it, Mariano is there. So you can't find a multitasker like Mariano, for sure. So it's a very, very fair prize for him. Now, in the category, don't get stressed by unexpected results. Because we had unexpected results, how could we interpret these results? We have multiple winners, let me say. Who won this one? Any guess? Any educated guess? Antonella? Who else? He never gets stressed. That's a new category. The non-stressful category is for Oscar. Always. My God. Well, let me announce that Antonella is in the group. Yes. But all our other work package coordinators, scientific package coordinators dealt with this in a very, very very professional way. Of course, there were psychologists in the team. So a hand of applause for them. Well deserved. Chill out and report. This category is also very, very important. It's Leonardo. All is in a chill out way, managing things. Thank you, Leonardo. And then we have, I think, one more, no, two more. You'll never walk alone. Vladislava. Every time she is open to collaboration, so a hand of applause for her. And I think there's a final one, and this is the final one. You shall sign the agreement no matter what. So just a short story. We decided to have agreements and to establish agreements with all the public employment services in all countries. As you can imagine, in a 24-month period, this is a bit difficult to do. We managed it. So who won the prize for the Italian case? There's always the Italian case. No, in this case, it's the whole team. Because we had 6 agreements in the end in all the countries that were beneficiary countries. And finally, there's one more prize, I forgot. And it's very unfair, I forgot. Best hug in the academic world. Thank you for your support, Elena. And from my side, that's it. Thank you very much. And I'll pass the ball to Yasmin for some final thoughts and to Marianne to present her. Thank you.
So thank you, Francisco, for
the prize.
For the prize. Yeah. Okay, so we'll now have a final words from Yasmin Salem. She is a policy officer at the Secretariat of the European Network Public Employment Services. Is seconded national expert from the German Public Employment Service with master's degree from Goldsmith University of London. So she's representing or working at the European Commission DG. So we are so grateful to have it here and to have the final word from her. So.
Thank you, dear colleagues. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to share some learnings with you from the PES network. So as you heard, I'm a policy officer in the PES network. For those of you who are not familiar, it's the European Network of Public Employment Services. And it brings together the EU member states, so the 27 plus Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So we're actually, like yourselves, we're also, to build on what Francesco was saying, a community of like-minded, motivated individuals who are basically trying to help improve the lives of job seekers and citizens around Europe. So it's a real great opportunity to meet you here, and we always seek opportunities to collaborate with partners and as a result, enhance services for citizens around Europe. So our ultimate objective is to modernize and improve PES services for the citizens, and the network basically aims to allow the different PES to come together, exchange information, learn from each other, best practices, and that's why I'm really grateful that I have the opportunity to share some of our learnings with you, and hopefully that way you can stay in touch with us. Of course, the topic of needs, which is the topic of today, is a top priority for us and has been for the last years. And of course, also as discussed earlier, thanks to the impetus provided by the Youth Guarantee. And also, as we heard, of course, lots of developments have been going on, which mean there are lots of new challenges to tackle together. And one of these was obviously the recent COVID-19 pandemic, which, as we heard, obviously sped up the transition towards digital services in the PES. So interestingly, we've been discussing also digital, as you said earlier, in our network as one of the priorities. New forms of PES service delivery are being designed and implemented in the context of the numerous digital trends that we see. And out soon, we have a capacity report, a PES network capacity report, which gives an overview of developments related to also the youth guarantee, but also, for instance, we can see that digital transformation of PES network processes and employment services continue to accelerate in 23. So we see obviously services now, as you've heard, offered through online offerings from video conferencing, and maybe sometimes removing the need of physical contact, but also still offering, you know, hybrid solutions where it's needed, especially for vulnerable groups. There's been growth in automation. This means that the main distinction in the type of support offered is between services requiring intermediation of a PES counselor and self-service support. So interestingly, the Greek PES introduced an online platform called MyDeepa Life, which basically offers counseling services to job seekers and employers with interpretation in 14 languages, sign languages. So it's like an inclusive platform, which came out as a result of the COVID pandemic. In building on AI, for instance, recently the Austrian PES launched a job search AI tool, which uses ChatGPT called Berufsinformat, which is another interesting development, hopefully to help engage citizens and needs. I tried it myself. It's really interesting. You can maybe Google it and try it yourself too. Talking about needs, the French PES is testing the use of gaming to improve identification of soft skills through gaming to promote new career paths for job seekers. This is obviously more attractive to younger job seekers, the whole area of gaming. So while technology and digital services are rapidly changing, there is obviously a potential discord between the lack of skills or access for vulnerable groups. As we obviously saw after the pandemic, we want to make sure none of these vulnerable groups are left behind. Therefore, it's important for PES in general to not only improve their digital services, but also, as mentioned earlier by Francesco, make sure that they're human-centered, have a customer-centered focus. And actually, we had a really interesting thematic review workshop last year, which was hosted by Athens, and that whole area of customer-focused service delivery was the topic, and we produced a study and a toolkit, which you're welcome to take a look at on the PES Network website in its knowledge center. You also discussed today, of course, the whole area of twin transition. And obviously, this means that workers must have the right skills to adapt to the changing labor market. And I wanted to let you know that in that perspective, there's been in that context, there's been the European Year of Skills, which some of you might be familiar with. And the PES Network launched an opinion paper to basically promote successful approaches, highlighting challenges and offering recommendations to address the European Year of Skills objectives, including, for instance, ensuring that skills align with labor market needs and promoting effective and inclusive investment in training and upskilling. So therefore, as we can see, digital skills, as we heard, are important. And in that regard, the PES offers various upskilling and reskilling programs to support the twin transition. I would like to highlight an example. In Sweden, for example, there's the so-called Relocate project, coordinated by the Swedish PES and also co-funded by the European Social Fund, ESF, which seeks ways to help people move from geographic locations with high unemployment to places with high need for labor, including training and particularly in green sectors. And it obviously also addresses young target audiences. We heard from Portugal today, and they have, for instance, the interesting digital upskill program, which brings together industry, academia, government to define employers' skills needs and develop digital technology training targeted at unemployed and those at risk of unemployment. As I mentioned, you can find all these practices and papers and studies that we produce together with PES in the network. and of course, together with researchers and academics. You can find them all on the PASS Network Knowledge Center. So I hope the link can be shared. Otherwise, feel free to reach out and I'd be happy to share it. And on that note, I'd love to thank you for this really interesting conference and for your time and for having me. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Jasmine, and thanks to Francisco for the conclusion. So now we are finishing our final conference, finishing the project, and I will want to give the special prize to Francisco as a guide. I think it's a common opinion of the group. So because he guided in this vision in this project and other projects we have in development, so I think the special prize is for Francisco. So I want to give a thank you for your attendance and for me the opportunity to guide you in all this day. For sure, we will meet in other forums, in other meetings, other conferences during the next months, years, and decades. I hope so. So thank you so much. And we finish here the final conference. Thank you.